Chapter 30 3030 Cursing. 3030 Cursing. They wanted to take him as their master? The large black dog was instantly amused. He cleared his throat and said, "You all want to acknowledge me as your master?" It deliberately pretended to be serious, and the aura of heavenly venerable tear overflowed, reaching up to the sky and descending to the underworld. It was extremely shocking. As expected, when the celestial kings outside sensed this powerful aura, they immediately confirmed that the large black dog was extraordinary. Although they couldn't see the person, they all knelt down. "Please show kindness, master." The large black dog chuckled. "One can't impart his techniques easily. Why should I impart them to you?" The people outside looked at each other. Oh, the master didn't reject them outright. There was a chance. After they knelt down, they didn't get up again. All of them knelt down respectfully to show their sincerity. The large black dog naturally wouldn't stop them. This kind of trickster naturally took pleasure in toying with people. However, these people are really courageous. They clearly know that we've taken down the signboard of Shatter Mountains, yet they still dare to come here and ask to become disciples? The large black dog was in disbelief. Ling Han smiled, and said, "It's precisely because we destroyed Shatter Mountain's signboard that they dared to come over." "You're saying that they think we can stand against Shatter Mountains?" The large black dog was astounded. Who didn't know that 7th tiers were invincible? Even if Ling Han was also a 7th tier, who would dare to be sandwiched in between two 7th tiers as cannon fodder? Taking the risk of offending a 7th tier to cozy up to another 7th tier was extremely unwise. Ling Han shook his head, and said, "They probably don't know the true background of the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment." The large black dog was stunned for a moment before it came to a realization. Not all celestial kings had the qualifications to know about 7th tier ultimate elites. For example, even after Ling Han had advanced into the heavenly venerable tier, he initially hadn't known how many 7th tiers there were in the world, and who they were. In that case, how could the other celestial kings know? They should only know that the place of enlightenment of Shatter Mountains was extremely extraordinary, and that there was a heavenly venerate overseeing it, yet Ling Han and the others dared to cause trouble. What did this mean? At the very least, Ling Han and the others were no weaker than this heavenly venerate from Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment. Thus, they all came over to cozy up to someone powerful. If they could be accepted as disciples by a heavenly venerate, they might have a chance to take that most crucial step into the heavenly venerable tier. Ling Han ignored them. Since these people liked to kneel, he would just let them kneel more. 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days. The old ginseng and the others had already sobered up, but all of them had a headache. Before reaching heavenly venerable tier, they would be bound by regulations, so it wasn't strange for them to get drunk. When they saw the celestial kings kneeling outside the inn, they were all shocked. What was going on? With every passing day, more and more celestial kings would arrive. They were all people who had come to ask to become disciples. After learning of the situation, they also knelt down indiscriminately, begging either Ling Han or any other heavenly venerate to take them as disciples. Celestial kings wouldn't feel any discomfort even if they knelt for an epoch, let alone a few days. Thus, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to give up in a short period of time. How lucky was it to be able to become a disciple of a heavenly venerate? Furthermore, this was only kneeling. It wasn't like they were venturing into an ancient site. There was no danger to their lives. More than 10 days later, more and more celestial kings had come, and there were even some ascending origin tiers and immortal palace tiers who had come to try their luck. Who knew, perhaps Ling Han would take a fancy to them. Since he had nothing to do, Ling Han used his divine sense to scan these people. With his strength, there was no need for him to show himself at all. He could do it from afar. He wanted to see if he could find any light spots in their minds. Obviously, this was impossible. There should be pitifully few people who possessed light spots. Otherwise, the secret code of life would be too worthless. Ling Han was truly extremely lucky to have met Ning Haixin and unlocked the basics of the 8th type of power. After a few more days, what was supposed to happen finally came. Audacious maniac, why aren't you begging for mercy? A voice sounded, as if it had drifted over from afar. Immediately, a few celestial kings who were kneeling around the inn jumped up, and shouted, "How dare you? You actually dare to be disrespectful to Master. Quickly come out and accept your death." Hee, is that so? A moment ago, it had been incomparably far away, but in the blink of an eye, a short old man had appeared on the street. He had his hands crossed behind his back, and his back was slightly arched. He looked ordinary. He looked at the celestial king standing there, and with a wave of his right hand, he said, "Mere celestial kings actually dare to be impudent in front of me." It looked like he was just waving his hand. Pa. Those celestial kings were immediately torn into pieces, turning into bloody bits, and blood instantly flowed all over the ground. Clang! The heaven and earth trembled, and blood rained down. Endless grief filled the air, lamenting the loss of all the celestial kings. The other celestial kings were all shocked. This was too terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, 7 celestial kings died without any resistance, and there was even an 8th heaven celestial king among them. This was a heavenly venerate. These celestial kings were all aghast, and some of them were even trembling. They had come to ask to become the disciple of a heavenly venerate, but they didn't have the slightest intention of going against another heavenly venerate. How could such weak people like them be able to resist the might of a heavenly venerate? "All of you, get up," the short elder said as he swept his gaze over them, his eyes extremely cold. All the celestial kings didn't dare to disobey. There had to be 10 peak stage 9th heaven celestial kings to match a pseudo-heavenly venerate, and only 10 pseudo-heavenly venerates could match a first tier. In that case, even if this elder was only in the first tier, at least 100 peak stage 9th heaven celestial kings were needed to stand against him. There were indeed quite a few celestial kings here, but how many of them had reached the peak of 9th heaven? If this heavenly venerate wanted to, he could instantly slaughter them all. "Throw curses at them," the short old man said calmly. Because of his own self-importance, it was naturally impossible for him to start a war of curses. However, Ling Han and the others had clearly seen him arrive, yet not only did they not come out, they did not even speak, which made him extremely angry. "Aren't you guys too disrespectful?" No matter what, he was still a first-tier heavenly venerate. All the celestial kings looked at each other. They didn't dare to offend this short old man, but did they dare to offend Ling Han and the others? Both sides were heavenly venerates. They were really regretting it now. If they had known that the matter with the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment had not been resolved, why would they have rushed over? Could it be that this was heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains? You can't open your mouth? The short old man swept his gaze over them with an extremely fierce gaze. "Alright, I'll help you." He swept his palm over, and a celestial king immediately exploded into a bloody mist. With this ferocious might, how could the others hesitate? Nothing was more important than protecting their own lives. "Hey, those people inside, listen up, the Lord wants you to come out. Come out quickly. Don't let this Lord wait." These celestial kings called out, but they didn't dare to say anything foul. Otherwise, if they really offended Ling Han and the others, they would still die. However, no matter how they shouted, no one walked out of the inn. It seemed like they were afraid, but at the same time, they seemed to be disdainful of them. The short elder finally revealed a look of impatience. He was a dignified heavenly venerate, so how could he have the time to waste here? He was ready to make his move. Chapter 30-31, 3031 kneel. 3031 kneel. I am Blue Flame, the short elder said. He looked at the inn, and the entire inn trembled under the heavy pressure. He had shown mercy. Otherwise, this inn would have fallen apart with just a thought. Seeing that Ling Han and the others still didn't dare to come out and fight, some celestial kings thought that they had chickened out, knowing that they weren't a match for Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame. Therefore, they jumped up, and shouted, "Hurry up and come out. Don't let Lord Blue Flame wait too long. This is Lord Blue Flame. The people inside, come out and kneel." Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame placed his hands behind his back, revealing a cold smile. He didn't believe that Ling Han and the others would be able to endure being insulted by a group of celestial kings. However, what puzzled him was that no matter how loudly those celestial kings called out, no one came out of the inn. What the hell? Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was very cautious. He was only in the first tier, so he didn't have much of an advantage against other first tiers. Thus, he called for a fight outside, wanting to confirm the identity of his opponent first. There were only a few Heavenly Venerates in the world, and apart from a few extremely low-key ones, he knew every single one of them, or at least had seen them before. However, the other party did not appear for a long time, which naturally made Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame suspicious. Could it be that the other party wasn't a Heavenly Venerate, but a pseudo-Heavenly Venerate, so he didn't dare to come out and face him? That was very likely. In that case, the other party might be preparing to escape by now. Of course, Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was still a little puzzled. If these people were only pseudo-Heavenly Venerates, why would they be so daring as to cause trouble at the Shatter Mountain's place of enlightenment? Could it be that they were foolish enough to go to the extent of inciting the fury of a 7th-tier ultimate elite in order to become famous? It was precisely because of this confusion that he didn't dare to move for a long time. Being able to become a Heavenly Venerate, how could he not have patience? However, after waiting for half a day, he finally couldn't take it anymore. We can't go on like this, can we? He looked at a celestial king, and said, "You, go in and take a look." Me? That celestial king couldn't help but shiver in fear, thinking to himself, "You big shots are fighting, so what does that have to do with me, a mere minor character? Aren't you going?" Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame said calmly. Although his voice wasn't sharp at all, it exuded a terrifying chill. The celestial king didn't dare to say anything else, and he hurriedly walked toward the inn. It wasn't like Blue Flame had not killed anyone before. He didn't want to be slapped to death immediately. In the beginning, he was still striding forward, but as he walked, his speed slowed down, and he seemed hesitant. He wanted to stop, but a cold snort from Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame rang out from behind him, causing him to have no choice but to step forward again and walk into the inn. But there was no more sound from him. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame frowned. Why was there no reaction? What was going on? "You, go in." He pointed at another celestial king. That celestial king was on the verge of tears. The celestial king from before had gone in, and there was no more sound. If the second one went in, it was hard to say if he would survive. He wanted to shake his head, but when he saw Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame's expressionless and cold face, how could he dare to say no? He could only walk forward. 1 step, 2 steps, and he slowly entered the inn. After that, there was nothing else. Fuck, what the hell was going on in there? Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was deep in thought, while all the celestial kings quietly walked backwards, wanting to leave. "Before I speak, whoever dares to leave will have to bear the consequences," Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame said coldly, instantly causing those who had just lifted their feet to put them down again. Who would dare to ignore the threat of a Heavenly Venerate? You, and you." Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame indicated 4 people in one breath. "Go in together." The 4 of them had no choice but to brace themselves and walk towards the inn. After they entered the inn, it was as if they had entered a bottomless pit. There was no more movement. There was no sound, no signs of fighting, and even their aura was gone. It was as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame stared fixedly at that inn. Could this be a tiger's den? Go together. He waved his hand. Although the celestial kings were unwilling and reluctant, under the tyrannical might of a Heavenly Venerate, they could only listen to orders. They all stepped forward and entered the inn through the doors or windows. Then, just like before, there was no more movement. The surroundings were quiet. It was clearly a sunny day, but it felt like a den of ghosts. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame frowned. What was going on? This was too strange. He really regretted agreeing to make this trip. Was a relation with a seventh tier so easy to establish? He sighed inwardly. He had already made up his mind. Go. He strode forward. Boom. His essence, chi, and spirit instantly rose to their peak. He was already prepared for a great battle. Xiao. A black shadow flew out of the inn. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame raised his head to look, and instantly revealed a look of surprise because this was a wine cup. A wine cup? What was the opponent doing? Was he throwing a cup as a signal and planning to gang up on him? Before Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame could finish his thought, the wine cup had already fallen from the sky. He snorted coldly, and was about to shatter the wine cup with a punch. Wang! A terrifying power emanated from the wine cup, as if countless heavenly bodies were pressing down together. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame instantly felt a tremendous weight on his back, and he couldn't help but hunch. Then, his legs couldn't withstand the power of the eternal heavens, and he knelt down. What? He was both shocked and furious. A dignified Heavenly Venerate actually knelt down in the middle of the street. How could he endure this? However, he was even more terrified. The people inside didn't even appear, and they only threw out a wine cup, yet it was enough to suppress him. What kind of ability was this? The wine cup fell and landed on the top of his head, firmly standing. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was unable to stand up. This wine cup was incomparably heavy, and even if he possessed the unique power of dimension, he was unable to resist it. He could only continue to kneel like this, unable to fall or stand up. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. He sighed in his heart. He was definitely going to suffer this setback. Who asked him to run over dumbly without even investigating the full details? Fortunately, the other party only asked him to kneel, and didn't kill him. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. Right at this moment, a large number of celestial kings walked out of the inn, their faces filled with confusion. When they entered the inn, they stepped into a dark and boundless space. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find the exit. It wasn't until just now that they suddenly saw a ray of light. Then, they walked toward the light, and for some reason walked out just like that. But at the same time, they all gasped. What's going on? Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was actually kneeling at the entrance of the inn. Hiss, They let out various sounds in shock. Just a moment ago, this guy had still been full of arrogance, as if he had been the #1 elite in the world, but now he actually knelt down just like that? Inconceivable. They were all aghast. They had clearly entered an inn, yet they were completely unaware of the change in space, and a Heavenly Venerate had even knelt down. This was enough to prove how powerful the people in this inn were. Chapter 3032, 3032 Please leave. 3032 Please leave. Lord is mighty. Immediately, some celestial kings knelt down and shouted toward the inn. "Milord, we were also forced," some celestial kings explained. On the other hand, those celestial kings who had cursed earlier were all trembling. Who would have thought that Ling Han and the others would ignore Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame? It wasn't that they were no match for him, but rather that they simply didn't care enough. Just look, Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame definitely wanted to make a move, but in the end, he didn't even have the chance to enter the inn, and directly knelt down. Of course, no matter how pathetic Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame was, he wasn't someone they could discuss openly. Scram! Don't let Grandpa Dog see you again. A flashy voice came from the inn. Xiao. The wine cup on Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame's head was immediately retracted. Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame stood up, bowed in the direction of the inn, and turned to leave. He naturally didn't have the face to stay here any longer, and he had to thank the other party for sparing his life. How could he dare to have any thoughts of revenge? The large black dog was very pleased with himself. He was borrowing Ling Han's might as an intimidation tactic. Although he was in the second tier, and his strength was far above that of Heavenly Venerate Blue Flame, it was impossible for him to suppress the other party with just a wine cup. This was something that only Ling Han could do. Supreme Master. All the celestial kings knelt down again with fanatical expressions. This was too awesome. If they could become the disciple of such a Heavenly Venerate, their future would be limitless. Inside the inn. Master's judgment is still accurate. That old fellow Shatter Mountains really didn't appear, Ding Ping said. Stop sucking up. Are you saying that Grandpa Dog's judgment is incorrect? The large black dog said angrily, kicking Ding Ping aside. Next, Shatter Mountains should appear, right? Ling Han shook his head. Not necessarily. Still not necessarily. The large black dog's eyes widened. How long will Shatter Mountains tolerate his pride being torn apart? Ling Han smiled, and said, Shatter Mountains probably still doesn't know about this matter, and this time, the one that returned in defeat is only a first tier. Therefore, a third tier or fourth tier might appear next. After that, Shatter Mountains should receive the news. Sigh, so that means we still have to wait a little longer if Grandpa Dog wants to watch a good show? The large black dog immediately looked disappointed. Even if Shatter Mountains was here now, you wouldn't possibly be able to watch the show from the sidelines either, Ling Han said. When a battle broke out between two people with 7th tier battle prowess, the aftershocks might kill a 6th tier, so there was basically no one that could watch. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed quietly, and almost 3 months later, as Ling Han had expected, another Heavenly Venerate arrived. However, it was not Shatter Mountains, but a third tier. Fuck, you really hit the nail on the head. The large black dog was extremely displeased. Previously, he had not refuted Ling Han, but he had still been looking forward to the arrival of Shatter Mountains in his heart. But in the end? Sigh. My name is 3 Arrows. May I know who is the friend here? This third tier was very polite, and he bowed in the direction of the inn. Unfortunately, Ling Han merely sipped his wine, and without instructions from Ling Han, how could Ning Haixin and the others possibly answer? The large black dog was displeased, and naturally couldn't be bothered to reply. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows waited for a moment, and seeing that no one responded, he couldn't help but reveal a displeased expression. He was a third tier, and this could already be considered to be in the middle ranks of Heavenly Venerable tier, but the other party wasn't even willing to answer him? This was too pretentious. My friend, it's better to resolve enmity than to keep it alive, he added. Because he didn't know the depth of Ling Han and the others, he still maintained his politeness and focused on resolving the matter. You have to know that Lord Shatter Mountains is a 7th tier ultimate elite, which is the most powerful power in the world. He is unrivaled. What? Shatter Mountains was a 7th tier. Upon hearing this, all the celestial kings kneeling nearby trembled. Oh no, they were actually still paying respects to Ling Han. Wasn't this publicly making an enemy out of a 7th tier ultimate elite? Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows paused for a moment. Seeing that there was still no sound coming from the inn, he could only continue, right now, Lord Shatter Mountains has yet to receive the news, so if my friend sends the signboard back and offers some compensation, it is not impossible that this matter can be resolved peacefully. He stopped and waited for a response from the inn. However, it was still silent. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows was increasingly dissatisfied. He had already said so much, so why didn't he receive any response? He was a 3rd tier Heavenly Venerate, 3rd tier. 3 Arrows took a step forward. Hong, his aura surged. He would be polite before resorting to force. Since persuasion was ineffective, he could only go to war. In the inn, Ling Han turned to Ning Haixin and said, "Haixin, go and make him leave." "Yes, Master," Ning Haixin said respectfully. "Master, junior sister Ning is only a 1st tier, so she shouldn't be a match for that person," Ding Ping hurriedly said. "Yeah, you should do it yourself," the large black dog chimed in. A 1st tier versus a 3rd tier, that was simply sending her to her death. Ning Haixin was not Ling Han, and her ability to fight someone of the same cultivation level could only be considered average. Ling Han smiled, and said, "It's fine." Ning Haixin moved and appeared outside the inn. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows immediately stopped in his tracks. He was filled with fear towards Ling Han and the others, but after he swept his gaze over, he discovered that Ning Haixin was only in the 1st tier, and he instantly cursed himself in his heart. Why did he have to make such a fuss? "Sir, please leave," Ning Haixin said evenly, neither humble nor haughty. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows immediately wanted to fly into a rage. Just a mere 1st tier, and she wanted to send him away? But as he looked at Ning Haixin, his anger slowly dissipated. "That's not appropriate, right? I am also here by someone's request," Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows said. His tone wasn't rejecting at all, but rather expressing feelings of conflict. "Then let me make a request of you as well, leave now," Ning Haixin said calmly. Heavenly Venerate 3 Arrows hesitated. Logically speaking, he shouldn't leave just like this. After all, he had accepted the earnest request of another and even been rewarded, but the words of this woman before him were incomparably moving to his heart, causing him to unconsciously want to obey her. There was a voice in his heart that told him not to obey, but he couldn't do it. "All right." He nodded and left easily. "Fuck, that's it?" In the inn, everyone was so shocked that their scalp went numb. Ling Han was very amazing, and could fight someone 2 cultivation levels above him. He could be called a god of war. And Ning Haixin? Her battle prowess could only be described as mediocre, but it was enough to make someone who was 2 cultivation levels above her obey her orders. To subdue an enemy without a fight, this was not inferior to Ling Han at all. "I say, little Han, this disciple of yours is quite powerful." The large black dog's eyes were wide open, and he was still in a daze. "Yes, she's almost catching up to Grandpa Dog." He was flattering himself. Ling Han smiled slightly. Up until now, he still hadn't figured out how Ning Haixin's affinity came about and how it affected people. However, after many years of research, he was still able to teach Ning Haixin to actively channel this ability. Similar to Ling Han, who could fight someone 2 cultivation levels higher than him in Heavenly Venerable tier, Ning Haixin could affect Heavenly Venerates who were 2 levels higher than herself at most. Those with that dot of light in their mind seemed to be incomparably extraordinary. Chapter 3033, 3033 Shatter Mountains arrives. 3033 Shatter Mountains arrives. With this as a reference, Ling Han might be able to discover more people with light spots. The problem was that Ning Haixin had been extremely ordinary in the beginning. If not for Ling Han appearing, perhaps she would have died of depression long ago. How could she have had the chance to advance to the Heavenly Venerable tier? Furthermore, celestial kings and ascending origin tiers could stand against someone 2 cultivation levels higher than them. This wasn't too rare. There were plenty of prodigies who could do this. Ling Han could only choose among heavenly venerates, but so far, there was only him and Feng Wuding. Feng Wuding was also like this? Unfortunately, he was already dead, and his spirit had been shattered. It was useless even if Ling Han dug out his grave. Ling Han felt that it was a pity. If he could obtain even more secret codes of life, his strength would definitely advance further. This was because while the strength and level of a dimension were important, they also depended on the living beings in it. Why was it that the living beings of a certain dimension had to be destroyed first in a realm war? That was the logic. Forget it, I'll think of something in the future. Ling Han thought that perhaps his divine sense would become even stronger when he advanced to the 6th tier or 7th tier. With a single sweep, he would be able to encompass all the living beings in the entire dimension, easily accomplishing a full scan. Next, Shatter Mountains should personally take action, right? Ling Han sent Ning Haixin, the large black dog, and the others off, and waited alone for the arrival of heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains. This time, he was going to have a good fight with Shatter Mountains. With the explosive power of his 6th grade seals, he could suppress the other party for at least 2 hours. Although it was a very short period of time, and it was impossible to kill him in such a short time, it was still a very satisfying thing. He would collect some interest first. One day, he would suppress all 5 of those old thieves. This time, it took a little too long. Only after a full 30 years did a powerful aura assail Ling Han. Peng, the entire inn instantly exploded and turned into ashes. Even if Ling Han had already made his move, there was still no way to stop this. The power of the 7th tier was too strong. Fortunately, the people in the inn had long since been driven out by Ling Han, and this did not cause any casualties among innocents. Ling Han stood proudly in the sky, and calmly said, "Shatter Mountains, old thief, I've been waiting for you for a long time." As expected, it's you, Junior. Heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains also stood in the sky, emitting an aura of dominance over the world, and causing even the heavens to lower their heads. He looked at Ling Han levelly, and his heart was actually filled with emotion. This young man had only cultivated for a few years, and was already about to be on equal footing with him. This filled him with jealousy. You dare to cause trouble in my place of enlightenment? Looks like you're tired of living. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, instead of working in the realm battlefield, why have you 5 old geezers run out to establish a place of enlightenment? What does it have to do with you? Heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains said. He didn't make a move, because he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Ling Han's defense without Hysteria's help. How could an existence like him do anything that would have no effect? There is no harm in telling me, right? Ling Han said. Could it be that you're afraid? What a joke, to think that you are trying to goad me, how naive. Heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains sneered. Ling Han looked at Heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains, and pondered for a moment before saying, back when the Genesis world was destroyed, it was clearly a mysterious force that sealed those marks of life into your bodies. Why did you hide this matter? Heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains' expression clearly changed, and his eyes exploded with blazing brilliance. How did you know? If you tell me what I want to know, I'll tell you what you want to know, Ling Han said with a smile. Heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains pondered for a moment, but immediately laughed coldly. Since you don't know the situation clearly, there's nothing that I need to know, either. So what if you know some minor details? It doesn't matter at all. Ling Han was astonished. Where did this old thief get such confidence from? Alright then, since you don't want to say it, let's fight. Old thief, I've tolerated you for a long time. This time, I've specially come to beat you up. Ling Han suddenly charged out. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains waved his sleeves in a flourish. I don't have time to waste with you. However, just as he was about to tear open a rip into space and leave, he realized that something was wrong. He had just torn open a rip into space, but now he had entered the void. Of course, this was Ling Han's doing. If he did not send the other party into the void, then after the battle began, the damage they would cause would be too terrifying, and it would cause huge damage to the profound negative realm. Although Ling Han had not gone to the realm battlefield, it was also impossible for him to drag the Genesis world down with him. Brat, scram! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was about to charge out of the void. Fighting with Ling Han was truly meaningless. I said I'd beat you up, so how can I go back on my word? Ling Han laughed loudly, and channeled all his 6th grade seals. Power of Dimension surged madly, and he let out a long howl as he blasted towards Shatter Mountains. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains couldn't even be bothered to parry, and wanted to escape even if he had to take a blow from Ling Han. However, after being struck by Ling Han's attack, his figure instantly flew into the air, and he was forced back an unknown distance in the air. Ling Han caught up, spread out his hands, and then brought them together. Boundless power condensed and materialized, and 2 large hands appeared from the left and right side, ruthlessly slapping towards Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. Pung! The void shook, and Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was forcefully smashed to the point that he was as thin as a piece of paper. The power of the peak stage of 7th tier was amplified by 3,000 times, this was truly too terrifying. However, the indestructibility of 7th tier was not just for show. With a flick of his body, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had returned to his original state. However, the old man's expression had completely changed. His hair was standing on ends, and his eyes were spitting fire. An ultimate elite of the 7th tier was high and mighty, and he was the only one who could decide the life and death of others. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Old thief, do you feel good? It doesn't matter if you don't, I've prepared many powerful moves for you. Brat, you're courting death." Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' brows and beard twitched, and he finally charged towards Ling Han. So what if it would have no effect? He still wanted to beat this bastard up. Pung! Ling Han's right fist went straight in, forcibly penetrating the guard both of his opponent's arms had put up, and then ruthlessly struck Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' face. Then, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was once again sent flying, soaring into the distance at an incomparably high speed. In terms of power, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was inferior to Ling Han, and the difference between them was not just a little bit. "Old thief, where do you think you're going?" Ling Han gave chase with a big stride, and his fists rained down like a storm, pouring down on Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. Although Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains tried his best to counterattack, the difference in power was truly too great, even if he channeled a first-grade combination seal. Bam! 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 The only thing he could do was get beaten up. His physique could not be damaged, so it was impossible for him to be injured no matter how much he was hit. Even if his power was too terrifying, and his body was deformed from being hit, he would definitely recover in the next instant. However, Ling Han had no intention of stopping. Instead, the more he fought, the more energetic he became. Beating up an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, and one at the peak of the 7th tier at that, this feeling could only be described with one word: exhilarating. Just beat him up. "Old bastard, how dare you try to kill me?" Bang! A punch landed on Shatter Mountain's left cheek. What? So what if you're in the 7th tier? Boom! Another punch landed on Shatter Mountain's right cheek. "I'll beat you up, you old bastard." Boom! Another kick landed on Shatter Mountain's balls. Chapter 30-34, 3034 that's the reason? 3034 that's the reason? Howl. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually been kicked in the balls. He almost went crazy from anger. How could Ling Han be so impolite? You're an ultimate elite with 7th tier battle prowess. Not to mention 7th tier, even celestial kings shouldn't use such an obscene technique. What other moves do you have? Monkey stealing peaches? This was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Shatter Mountains cried out loudly. He was truly enraged to the extreme. He had never encountered such an opponent before. Ling Han was too unconventional and disgusting. What's the point of putting on such an expression? It's not like they exploded. Ling Han said nonchalantly. Bastardly brat, I'm going to shred your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared. He began to counterattack with all his might. Wang! An ancient and vicissitudinous aura overflowed, and it was incomparably shocking. Ling Han was astounded. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's power had actually increased by several times. This was unbelievable. This was because the number of heavenly venerable seals that Shatter Mountains channeled had clearly not changed, and their grade was the same. They were still those first-grade seals. If they were replaced with other seals, his power would only decrease, not increase. However, the current situation was not like that. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's power had increased by several times even though it was supposed to be at its limit. Some kind of secret technique? However, after one had reached 7th tier, was there any secret technique that could increase one's power? Moreover, why did this aura give him a familiar feeling? Before Ling Han could think carefully, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had already launched a powerful counterattack. That's all there is to it. Ling Han said disdainfully. The power of dimension in his body boiled. After comprehending the secret code of life, the lowest level of life had already been born in all of his dimensions. Plants. Although the power of a single plant was insignificant, there were too many of them. After all of them were gathered together, this was a power that couldn't be ignored. Boom! Ling Han threw a punch, clashing head-on with Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, and instantly forming a shock wave of energy. Pang! The energy wave dispersed, and Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was sent flying at a speed faster than the energy wave spreading. In terms of power, Ling Han could already crush his opponent. Old bastard, just see me beat you up. Ling Han chased after him. Aren't you very ruthless? Just go ahead and be ruthless some more. Haven't you always been high and mighty? Fuck, I'll just step on your face. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. What bullsh asterisk T 7th tier? So what if you're in the 7th tier? You can only be trampled by me. Ling Han continuously kicked at Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's face, using so much force that his opponent's face was even deformed. However, his 7th tier physique could not be damaged, so what if his face was deformed? He instantly recovered. However, to Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, this was an enormous humiliation. Brat! Brat! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared furiously. He finally threw everything aside. Wang! 7 dimensions instantly channeled out of his body. What? Ling Han was shocked. No wonder he had felt that the aura emanating from the other party was somewhat familiar. It turned out that this was actually the power of dimension. However, how could Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains possess 7 dimensions? As far as Ling Han knew, other than having one's dantian opened up by a 7th tier, anyone else could only accommodate 1 dimension within their body, and no one was an exception. There were some. For example, Ling Han and Feng Wuding. This should be related to the Genesis world of the last era, or it could be the current era. It was very likely because of the dot of light in his body. Other than the secret code of life, there were also other secrets that he had not been able to crack. However, how did Shatter Mountains manage it then? If he had had 7 dimensions, wouldn't he have channeled them long ago? Hang on. Ling Han's gaze shifted. He discovered that out of these 7 dimensions, only one had reached the level of a high-tier high-level dimension, which was also the limit. Without the opportunity to conquer the heavens and create the earth, it was impossible for a 7th tier to push the dimension in one's body to transcendent level. In that case, a 7th tier would possess the strength of at least 10 7th tiers, so strong that they could crush all eras. However, the problem was that the other 6 dimensions of Shatter Mountains had only reached the low-tier high-level dimension. If Shatter Mountains had already cultivated these 6 additional dimensions, then after cultivating for countless epochs, shouldn't he have long advanced these 6 dimensions to high-tier high-level dimensions? If it was only recently that he had cultivated a new dimension, then there should only be one dimension below the level of high-tier high-level dimension. Now, the 6 dimensions were all low-tier high-level dimensions. This meant that Shatter Mountains had to have suddenly formed 6 dimensions not too long ago. How was this possible? Heh, old thief, did you suddenly return from the realm battlefield because you wanted to cultivate these 6 dimensions? Ling Han pointed at them. None of your business. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains shouted loudly, and his hands transformed into axes, slashing madly at Ling Han. With a swing of his arms, even the void seemed to be about to be split into 2, and it was incomparably terrifying. You're asking for a beating. Ling Han threw a punch over. Pang, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was sent flying again. So what if there were 6 more dimensions? These were only low-tier high-level dimensions, which was equivalent to having more than 65th tiers helping out. To a 7th tier, what was this worth? Even if they reached the level of high-tier high-level dimension, that would only be able to advance to the 6th tier, around 60 people with 6th tier battle prowess joining forces, which could just barely match the early stage of the 7th tier. Right now, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was completely unable to compete with Ling Han. Ling Han chased after him, and continued to wave his fists. Let me guess. It's not just you, old bastard, but also Chong Yan and the others, who extremely abruptly returned from the realm battlefield. Could it be that this is the reason? However, if one can comprehend the secret technique to create dimensions, dimensions should still be born one by one. Furthermore, I don't believe that 5 people could have grasped this ability at the same time. Pang, 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 Ling Han's fists rained down, beating Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains until he had no temper at all. Moreover, Ling Han wasn't just using his fists, his feet weren't idle either, continuously kicking Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' balls. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' expression was incomparably ugly. Firstly, he had been beaten by Ling Han. This was too humiliating, and he was about to explode from anger. Secondly, it was because of Ling Han's guess that his heart couldn't help but palpitate. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, although the few of you old bastards are already standing at the peak of the world, creating dimensions is still something that you have nothing to do with. Therefore, you definitely didn't comprehend anything, but rather obtained some sort of opportunity. He suddenly came to a halt as a bold guess surfaced in his mind. There were 100 dimensions in Feng Wuding's body. Don't tell me, you all got your dimensions from him. Quang, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's eyes flashed violently, and he opened his mouth to shout. There was the sound of thunder, and he spat out a purple heavenly spear, which slashed towards Ling Han. With a clang, 39 layers of Ling Han's defenses were actually knocked off, causing Ling Han to be slightly shocked. This ultimate move was indeed rather powerful, but unfortunately, it was still not enough to tear through his defenses. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Chapter 30-35, 30-35 Pleasure of Being Beaten. 30-35 Pleasure of Being Beaten. Ling Han highly doubted that Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was able to suddenly comprehend the technique of creating dimensions. There was a great deal of luck involved in that. It was not something that could be achieved through comprehension ability alone. Ling Han, for example, was only able to crack the code of life because he had the mysterious light in his body, which coincidentally resonated with Ning Haixin's. What did Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains have? In addition, how was it possible for all 5 of these old bastards to suddenly experience a boost in their comprehension ability and simultaneously be enlightened on the technique of creating dimensions? How was this possible? As such, the most reasonable explanation was that the 5 of them had used some sort of method to divide the dimensions in Feng Wuding's body among themselves. Feng Wuding had 100 dimensions stored. If the 5 of them split it all equally, that meant that each of them would have 20 each. There was a chance that some dimensions were lost in the process, and they were left with 6 each. It was also possible that they had a falling out, and tried to fight one another for the dimensions, resulting in Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains being able to take only 6. Or maybe he was only able to utilize 6 dimensions in battle for the time being. Old bastard, what are you guys planning? Ling Han said as he punched. Ha ha ha. Even though Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had just been punched, he laughed. Foolish boy. How can you possibly understand the grand scheme of things with your limited foresight? Both you and the light will return to dust and disappear from the world. Ling Han narrowed his eyes, and said, Old bastard, you seem to know quite a few secrets. Humph, don't think you can get anything out of me. That is just wishful thinking. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain said coldly, no longer mentioning anything about the subject. Despite Ling Han's repeated attempts to probe for information, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's long years of experience ensured that he would not fall for such tricks. Ling Han had no choice but to make his own conjectures, and then come up with assumptions based on the changes in Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's expression. Even though he didn't get any worthwhile information, Ling Han was not that invested in it to begin with. He was purely here to give Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains a good beating. What did it matter as long as he was happy? Pung, pung, pung. For an entire hour, Ling Han happily beat up Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, venting all the frustration and anger he had pent up over the years. After an hour, Ling Han finally ceased. With a wave of his hand, he said, We'll stop here for today, old man. We'll pick things up next time. You still want a next time? Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared in fury, and charged at Ling Han with all his might. Ling Han lit up all of his 7th grade seals again, bolstering his strength by 2,000 times once more. Pung, pung, pung. As he exchanged blows with Shatter Mountains, Ling Han continued to hold the upper hand as before, but this time he wasn't able to suppress the former so easily. Because of Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' immortal body, Ling Han was not able to suppress him, and thus only had a slight advantage in battle. Old fool, you don't have to send me off. I'll come back to beat you up again. Ling Han punched at Shatter Mountains, sending him flying before turning around and leaving. You damned brat. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains quickly steadied his body and chased after Ling Han. He was furious. There was no one in the world yet who could live after beating him up. Ling Han laughed heartily. With a few steps, he arrived at the opening to the void from before and stepped out. When Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains approached, Ling Han sent him flying backwards with another punch. He then closed the gap into the void. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains would need to spend quite a bit of time to find the exit now. Ling Han then left the area cheerfully. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains could no longer tail him from here. Ling Han then met with the others. When they heard that he had beaten Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains into a pulp, they all cheered with glee. Are we going after Chong Yan and the others next? The large black dog asked excitedly. Ayo. Let's go take their signboards too. The old ginseng was also very eager. Judging by its looks, how was it possible to think that it had evolved from celestial medicine? Ling Han pondered for a moment, and then said, "No, let's not head over to Chong Yan's place for now. I want to stay here and continue beating Shatter Mountains until he is traumatized." Everyone exchanged glances, thinking that Ling Han was a little sadistic. How could you just take action against one person? Aren't you afraid that Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains will start to question his own life from the abuse? As expected, after Ling Han was done charging the energy on his 6th grade seals, he immediately went looking for Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. The old man was in seclusion at a location nearby his place of enlightenment. As such, Ling Han was able to quickly force Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains to show himself after making a mess of his place of enlightenment. He then brought Shatter Mountains into the void, and gave him another beating. Ling Han didn't push Shatter Mountains too hard. After an hour or so, he casually left. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains could not do anything to stop him from leaving. The cycle repeated itself. Ling Han found Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains a total of 7 times, and each time he beat him up until he was satisfied. This actually caused Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains to develop a trauma and start to question his life. Naturally, he could run away. The world was so vast that even a 7th tier's ability to locate someone had its limits. However, his pride wouldn't allow it. He was a highly regarded 7th tier. The only ones who should be running were the people who went up against him. How could he let himself be such a coward? And because he was so prideful, he couldn't avoid getting beaten up by Ling Han so many times. The 8th time, Ling Han appeared. Facing the vengeful gaze from Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, he laughed. "Old fool, are you starting to feel good from the physical abuse? I can't believe you didn't run away, and are actually waiting here for me. Sigh, I never thought you had such a fetish, old fool. Don't get so cocky, you little brat." Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains bellowed. "Once my power of dimension reaches the transcendent level, I will rip you to shreds." Ling Han scoffed. "Dream on. Don't go thinking that you will suddenly achieve some monumental breakthrough just because you got a few dimensions from Feng Wooding. Transcendent dimension? That's some imagination you have. Forget it. I can't be bothered to beat up a pervert like you anymore. Today will be the last time. Otherwise, I'll feel disgusted." Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was furious. He was the one being beaten up here. How was he the pervert? How was he disgusting? This little brat has such a venomous tongue. Shatter Mountains yelled as he released his full strength, eager to turn the tides for once. However, his hopes were destined to be dashed as he was quickly suppressed by Ling Han and beaten into a pulp like always. After Ling Han was done pummeling Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, he said, "Old fool, you don't have to look forward to this anymore. I won't be coming back. No one is looking forward to this, you brat." Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains cursed inwardly, but he also felt a faint sense of relief that he would no longer have to suffer Ling Han's physical abuse. Even though his physique was indestructible, he still needed to save face. "Just you wait, brat. I'll remember this. I will definitely get you back for it," he said in defiance. He had to show some attitude, otherwise even he would feel bad for himself. "If it's next time, things won't be this easy," Ling Han said calmly. After beating up Shatter Mountain several times, his mood greatly improved, and he felt as though even the barrier between cultivation levels grew a little less tight. Perhaps after beating up all 5 of the old bastards, he would be able to break through to the 6th tier. When that happened, his dimensions would be able to ascend to high-tier high-level dimensions, boosting his strength many times. 7th tier? Nothing but a bunch of ants. Old fool, while you still have a few days to live, you should enjoy the little freedom you have left. Because after this, you will only be my prisoner. Ling Han turned around, then left as heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains stared at his silhouette from behind. Chapter 3036, 3036 Heading to Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. 3036 Heading to Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. Heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains watched as Ling Han's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, his heart filled with mixed feelings. A mere 5th tier could actually make him lose his temper. Then, what would happen when Ling Han reached the 6th tier? In fact, 7th tier? He shook his head, allowing himself to recover from dejection. He was in the 7th tier, an existence that couldn't be killed even if the Genesis world collapsed. How could he be so passive? As long as he evolved the dimensions to the extreme, he would definitely be able to possess even greater strength. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Han. Definitely. Ling Han returned to meet the Empress and the others, and then decided to leave. He couldn't keep fixating on Shatter Mountains. It was not fair. Rain had to be split evenly, right? The group set off for Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. This distance was very long, but Ling Han traveled at full speed. In just over 10 days, they arrived near Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment. Their current location was a large city, and Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment was tens of thousands of kilometers outside the city. For celestial kings, they didn't need to walk for long, so it was naturally very close. They rested for a while, and then Ling Han put all of them into the celestial guest residence, and then moved out. This time, he couldn't be bothered to play slowly. In just a few steps, he appeared at the foot of the Chong Yan Place of Enlightenment. He walked up the mountain calmly. Chong Yan's Place of Enlightenment didn't have any restricted areas. Anyone could come here, but not many people could reach the top of the mountain. This was because Chong Yan had set up a restriction here. It was impossible to reach the end point without a powerful ability to challenge those above one's level. Ling Han intentionally suppressed his cultivation level to experience this suppressive power. However, Chong Yan had set up such a restriction mainly to test celestial kings, so it couldn't possibly be too powerful. Thus, even if Ling Han suppressed his cultivation level, his physique had been tempered by 4 types of fundamental power, and he also had boundless powers of dimension. This was too powerful. He placed his hands behind his back, and walked towards the top of the mountain. This person is so showy. He even has his arms crossed behind his back. If you posture, you'll be struck by lightning. It won't be long before this guy crawls like a dog. I'll bet with you. This guy can't even crawl. He'll probably just lie on the ground. There were people on the road, and they all spoke up. As long as one could successfully reach the top of the mountain, they would be able to obtain a token. This would free them from the suppression, and they would be able to come and go as they pleased. Therefore, apart from those who wanted to enter the Place of Enlightenment, the others were all calm and collected. Look, who's here? What an extravagance! On the mountain road, many people looked toward the foot of the mountain, and saw a super luxurious carriage speeding toward them. How luxurious! This carriage was actually being pulled by 9 true dragons, which were all 9th heaven celestial kings. Could it be that the person who came was a heavenly venerate? Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be pulled by 9 true dragons that were in 9th heaven? It wasn't just the steeds. The carriage itself was also incomparably luxurious. Its entire body was made of divine metal, and it naturally had veined patterns that extracted the yin and yang energy and gathered the essence of the 5 elements. It was practically a holy land for cultivation. Regulations manifested, and it was incomparably magnificent. The carriage quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain before coming to a stop. A woman as beautiful as a fairy stepped out of the carriage. There were 9 ribbons of iridescent light surrounding her body, and she was clearly a 9th heaven celestial king. Was this the owner of the carriage? But jaw-droppingly, she walked to the other side of the carriage, and respectfully opened the door. "Young master, we're here." "Young master?" Hiss, this woman was actually just a maid. Everyone was shocked. 9 ninth heaven true dragons pulling the carriage and a 9th heaven beauty as a maid. What kind of background did this young master have? Under everyone's gazes, a man in white alighted from the carriage. His hair was black and thick, and it was tied up with a jade crown. His face was as beautiful and translucent as jade. Everyone was surprised because this young man only had 7 ribbons of iridescent light wrapped around his body. A 7th heaven celestial king? This wasn't right. No matter how strong a 7th heaven was, he shouldn't be able to make 10 9th heaven elites willingly become his servants, right? He's Yan Wuxia. Yan Wuxia? Who is Yan Wuxia? Could it be that supreme prodigy from the Yan clan? Exactly. Hey, whom are you guys talking about? You're really ignorant. You don't even know about Yan Wuxia? Don't you know about the 3 heavenly venerates in the Yan clan? Hiss, it's actually that Yan clan? That's right. This Yan Wuxia is the most outstanding descendant of the Yan clan. It's said that he has the potential to surpass his master. In the future, he might reach the 3rd tier or even the 4th tier, surpassing his father, uncle, and grandfather. No wonder. Such a person naturally has 9th heaven celestial kings willing to follow him. If he's lucky, he might be able to leap through the dragon gate and advance into the heavenly venerable tier. On the mountain path, many celestial kings were filled with emotion. Although they had also passed the test and entered the place of enlightenment of Chong Yan, what about becoming a heavenly venerate? Perhaps 1 or 2 of them could succeed, but people like Yan Wuxia were destined to become mighty figures in the future. Their lives were so good that it made people jealous. Yan Wuxia had a faint smile on his face. He looked very approachable, but his eyes were filled with incomparable pride, as if he was looking down from above. As far as he was concerned, the people here were all trash. They didn't even have the qualifications to make him take a second look. Yan Wuxia wants to worship the Chong Yan place of enlightenment too? Didn't they say that he would definitely become a heavenly venerate? Fool, even if you're bound to become a heavenly venerate, there's still a difference in the amount of time you would take. Besides, what kind of existence is a heavenly venerate? How can you be bound to become one? If I were to become Lord Chong Yan's disciple, that would truly be certain. Furthermore, I would be able to reach an even higher limit. Amidst everyone's discussions, Yan Wuxia went up the mountain. He didn't let his maidservant follow him, and the 9 dragons had already pulled the carriage away. He climbed the mountain step by step as if they were taking a leisurely stroll. He's really strong. He doesn't show any signs of strain under such pressure. He's a prodigy. I have to admit that. There's another person up there. He's clearly showing off. Compared to Yan Wuxia, the difference is obvious. Everyone sighed with emotion, and naturally thought that Ling Han's relaxed attitude was completely fake. However, Yan Wuxia knew very well how much pressure he himself was under. However, he cared too much about his reputation. He purposely didn't channel his full power to show that he was at ease. Naturally, he could only suffer in silence. He sped up. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the top of the mountain if he continued to idle around like this. That would really be a huge joke. Yan Wuxia walked faster and faster, and soon caught up with Ling Han. His gaze turned cold. He had come to become a disciple, but someone actually dared to block his path. Get lost. He brazenly attacked, sweeping towards Ling Han. He intended to smack Ling Han down the mountain. Ling Han smiled faintly, and also returned a palm strike. Peng, Yan Wuxia immediately turned into a rolling gourd and rolled all the way down the mountainside. After rolling for an unknown number of times, he finally stopped at the foot of the mountain. His 4 limbs were spread out as if he spread-eagled everyone else. Chapter 3037, 3037 Do you know who this lord is? 3037 Do you know who this lord is? No one could imagine that Yan Wuya, the prized prodigy basking in full glory, would tumble down the mountain so inelegantly in the blink of an eye. What was going on here? Everyone looked at Yan Wuya, and then turned to Ling Han, their gazes moving back and forth between the two. Finally, their eyes were fixed on Ling Han. This guy was too vicious. Who said that he was just showing off? How was this showing off? This was pure skill. He was not pretending in the least, it was really that easy for him. Look how he was able to knock Yan Wuya down the mountain with a simple slap. How hilarious. Yan Wuya was the person who'd instigated it too. It was his just desserts to be knocked down the mountain. Pfft, someone started laughing. This is the Yan clan's greatest prodigy? When it comes to eating dirt, sure. I must admit I am not able to learn such a trick. All these people mocking Yan Wuya had powerful backgrounds, and were not afraid of the Yan clan. Yan Wuya only had himself to blame for showing off earlier, causing all these descendants of heavenly venerates to pale in comparison. It was inevitable that they would seize the opportunity to make fun of him now. Young master. The servant girl who was a 9th heaven hurriedly helped Yan Wuya up. Leave me. Yan Wuya angrily waved his hand and stood up on his own, indicating that he didn't need someone else to help him. Young master, I'll kill him. The 9th heaven servant girl looked at Ling Han with killing intent as the ribbons of iridescent light enveloping her flashed. Humph. Do you think I need you to help? Yan Wuya said coldly. No, young master. The 9th heaven servant girl quickly backed down. Even though her cultivation level was higher than Yan Wuyue's, she didn't dare talk back to him. It was because she was a celestial king that was raised by the Yan clan, so she didn't have any of the confidence or domineering bearing that a 9th heaven celestial king should have. Yan Wuyue stared at Ling Han. I've underestimated you. What he meant was even though he was knocked down the mountain by Ling Han, it wasn't because he was weaker, but because he had misjudged Ling Han's strength. Moreover, the mountain had restrictions placed on it to begin with, and possessed an immense repelling force. Because of that, he was unable to use his strength properly, and fell down the mountain after receiving a blow from Ling Han. In addition, he didn't channel all his strength earlier on to save face. This was also why he was defiant about the results. He said menacingly, "This time, I'll definitely turn you into nothing but a bloody puddle." Ling Han sighed and turned back around, saying, "I was just going on my own path. What does it have to do with you? You attacked me, and I simply acted in self-defense. Yet, you're still not letting me go, declaring that you want to kill me." Everyone nodded in agreement. Ling Han didn't provoke Yan Wuyue at all. The latter was the one who instigated it. Even now, Yan Wuyue was unwilling to let things go. Yan Wuyue simply scoffed. It was Ling Han's fault for making him suffer humiliation to begin with. He said arrogantly, "If you're scared, then get off the mountain, kneel before me, and apologize." Ling Han shook his head. "You're overthinking it. I was just sighing." Then you're dead meat," Yan Wuyue said solemnly. His body flew up as he was ready to strike, but suddenly came to a stop. Wang! A powerful force approached from a distance at incredible speeds. Suddenly, everyone felt an intense pressure. Even 9th heaven celestial kings were no exception, and felt an urge to prostrate themselves. They quickly quelled the feeling. It would be embarrassing to really kneel down in public. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man descended from above. He had a normal appearance, but he stood proudly in the sky, giving off an immense pressure that seemed to bear down on the world. "We humbly greet you, Lord." Suddenly, All the celestial kings from across the entire mountain bowed. This person was a heavenly venerate. It's Yan Wuye's father, Yan Shu. He must really care for his son a lot to personally escort him. It looks like that person is going to be in trouble. Whispers could be heard from the crowd, revealing the identity of the middle-aged man who had just arrived. Yan Wuye's father, Yan Shu. A second-tier heavenly venerate. Father. Yan Wuye quickly greeted his father. Yan Shu nodded back. He was extremely proud of his son, and was sure that the latter would be able to surpass him and become the strongest person in the Yan clan in the future. Why haven't you started ascending the mountain? He asked. The rules of Chong Yan's place of enlightenment were that they needed to climb the mountain with their own strength in order to become a disciple. Yan Wuye didn't know how to answer, and had an awkward expression on his face. How could he say that he was knocked down the mountain by someone else like a rubber ball? However, his ninth heaven servant girl quickly interjected, "My lord, the young master was ambushed, and was knocked down the mountain just as he ascended halfway up." What? Yan Shu was furious. Who was so bold as to ambush his son, the prized heir of the Yan clan? I want to see who is so bold as to make a move against my son, he said solemnly. His attitude was the same as Yan Wuye. Those who obeyed him lived, and those who went against him suffered his wrath. He didn't care about who was right or wrong. My lord, it's him. The ninth heaven celestial servant girl pointed at Ling Han. Which brat? Pfft. Yan Shu's eyes nearly popped out when he noticed Ling Han. He desperately wanted to rub his eyes, and hoped that he was mistaken, but he couldn't move a single muscle in his arms. It was because a cold and powerful pressure was pressing down on him, rendering him completely immobile. It was the bringer of calamity. Ling Han was definitely the number one bringer of calamity in the world. None who provoked him had a good ending. This held true even for someone as powerful as Feng Wuding, who was proclaimed to be the son of destiny from the Genesis world of the last era and managed to achieve 7th-tier battle prowess. Look where he ended up. He was still killed by Ling Han. Feng Wuding was someone with 7th-tier battle prowess, the strongest known existence in the world. Would Ling Han thus not be considered the number one bringer of calamity in the world? And now, his own son had ended up provoking Ling Han. This could end up causing the destruction of the entire Yan clan. Father? Yan Wuye felt that something was off with his father. His expression made it seem like he had swallowed 10,000 flies. Pa! Yan Shu quickly reacted, turning around and slapping his own son in the face, causing Yan Wuye to spin where he stood dozens of times and his teeth falling off one after the other. Yan Shu felt bad seeing his son beaten into a bloody pulp, but when he thought about how terrifying Ling Han was, he immediately resolved himself to do the hard thing. The Yan clan could not afford to be destroyed at the hands of this idiot son. Pa, pa, pa. Yan Shu slapped his own son's face like he was spanking his bottom. All in all, he gave Yan Wuye 18 slaps in total. Everyone was dazedly looking on in confusion. 1 second ago, Yan Shu was boldly declaring how he was going to take revenge for his son. But now, he was beating that same son up. Was he possessed? Could heavenly venerates even be possessed? All this was too peculiar. The ninth heaven servant girl beside them was completely pale from fear, and didn't dare to move a single inch. You absolute imbecile. Do you know who this lord is? Yan Shu shouted angrily. What? Lord? Everyone was shocked. What kind of person was Yan Shu? If even he, a second-tier heavenly venerate, had to address Ling Han as a lord, then what sort of existence was the latter? Chapter 3038, 3038 You can't stop me from killing whom I want to kill. 3038 You can't stop me from killing whom I want to kill. Yan Wuye was dumbstruck as he stared blankly at his father. Who was this person that frightened his father to the point of hitting him? Everyone else perked their ears up, they were just as curious about Ling Han's identity. He's Lord Ling, Ling Han. Yan Shu said. He then slapped his son on the back of the head, and said, hurry up and greet Lord Ling. Before Yan Wuye could react, Yan Shu was already bowing his head and cupping his fists. Yan Shu humbly greets Lord Ling. Even though heavenly venerates were highly respected, Ling Han's strength was so great that there was no alternative for Yan Shu, other than to be humble before him. I humbly greet Lord Ling. Yan Wuye also cupped his fists and called out in greeting. Insolent brat. Hurry up and kneel. Yan Shu's face was completely ashen with fear. Who do you think you are? Yan Wuye was unwilling to do so. Ling Han had humiliated him, and his father not only didn't help to get justice for him, he even wanted him to greet Ling Han on his knees. He was just a heavenly venerate. The Yan clan had 3 of those. Yan Shu turned to his son, and saw that he was being stubborn like a bull. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. You are courting death, and even possibly taking the entire Yan clan with you. Unfilial son. I told you to kneel. Did you not hear me? He kicked Yan Wuye on the back of his knees, causing the latter's kneecaps to instantly shatter from the tremendous impact. His body then gave way and he knelt on the ground. Lord Ling, please forgive me. Yan Shu said in a trembling voice. Ling Han smiled coldly. Your son wants to kill me. Yan Shu nearly couldn't catch his breath, and he said, he is a foolish child. On account of him being young and ignorant, please show him mercy this one time. I will apologize on his behalf. His knees buckled as he was about to kneel. Ling Han raised his hand, stopping Yan Shu before he could kneel. Yan Shu was a little glad. Could this mean Ling Han was willing to show them mercy? You didn't offend me. There's no need for you to kneel. Ling Han said. He looked at Yan Shu, and added, why are you not at the realm battlefield? Fuck, aren't you not there as well? Yan Shu kept these words to himself, of course. He frowned as he awkwardly tried to piece together a reason. Why was he not there at the realm battlefield? It was simply because many of the other heavenly venerates had lost their will to fight upon learning that Chong Yan and the other ultimate elites had left, and had quietly escaped. After all, as long as the main battlefield wasn't destroyed, the profound negative realm would not truly crumble, and would be able to sustain itself for a very long time. After some thought, he answered, my strength is limited. Even if I stayed at the realm battlefield, would not be of much assistance. Is that so? Ling Han chuckled, and didn't question Yan Shu's reasoning. After all, he himself was not at the realm battlefield, so he was in no position to judge others. Moreover, given that Chong Yan and the other ultimate elites had left, how would it be possible to restrain others from doing so? Ling Han then shifted his gaze back to Yan Wuye. Let's make things clear. You didn't offend me, so you don't need to kneel. However, your son wants to kill me. That's a different story. My lord. Yan Shu's expression quickly changed. Yan Wuye was the most promising youth of their clan. In the future, he could become a 3rd tier or even a 4th tier heavenly venerate. As such, he carried the hopes of the entire Yan clan. Else, they would not have sent him to cultivate here at Chong Yan's place of enlightenment. The only reason they had done so had been to allow him to break through to even greater heights. Yan Wuye quickly got to his feet as well. As he could prop himself up with source power, it didn't matter much even if his bones were broken. You're too arrogant. My Yan clan has 3 heavenly venerates. He pointed at Ling Han and continued, also, this is Lord Chong Yan's place of enlightenment. How dare you act so brazen before Lord Chong Yan? Yan Shu fell silent. It was clear that Ling Han had already made up his mind to kill. How could he possibly convince him otherwise? Furthermore, his son was right. This was Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan's place of enlightenment. Would he stand by and watch as Ling Han committed murder on his territory? Ling Han completely ignored Yan Wuye's threats. He said, "You intended to kill me, and even took action. Against people like you, I've only ever had one method of dealing with them." A loud boom resounded as Ling Han raised his hand, and an endless amount of power condensed to form a massive hand, which came pressing down halfway from the mountainside, towards Yan Wuye. "Ling Han, how dare you try to murder someone in front of me?" Chong Yan's voice echoed from the top of the mountain. However, before his voice had even reached Ling Han, his giant hand arrived just in time to stop Ling Han's own giant hand from pressing downwards. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as the space crumbled like broken glass. Even the void was easily ripped open, causing a storm of turbulent energy to whip forth. In a battle between seventh tiers, even a casual exchange of blows was incomparably terrifying. Yan Wuye was overjoyed. Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan really came to save him. However, Yan Shu was more terrified than before as he saw that Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan was only able to dispel Ling Han's attack, and could not kill the latter. What would happen if Ling Han was to bear a grudge against them? How would their family be able to withstand the wrath of someone with 7th tier battle prowess? Could they get Chong Yan to protect their clan forever? That would be nothing more than wishful thinking. Ling Han gave a light chuckle. He didn't care that his attack was dispelled, and simply said, "If I want to kill someone, not even you can save them." Insolent boy. Chong Yan rushed over from afar, his body surrounded by a domineering aura. With a high-pitched whistle, Ling Han charged forward and met Chong Yan head-on. Boom! He channeled all 6th grade seals and boosted his strength by 3,000 times before delivering a punch towards Chong Yan. "It's useless." Chong Yan scoffed. No amount of strength, no matter how great, was able to wound him. Wang! Under the massive impact of the punch, he was sent flying. However, because a 7th tier Heavenly Venerate was immortal and his body indestructible, such a blow wasn't able to inflict harm upon him at all. That being said, he was soon caught by surprise as he noticed that his surroundings had suddenly become pitch black. He was being sent into the void. Fuck! He only managed to exclaim inwardly as he realized that Ling Han had been planning to knock him into the void all along to trap him there temporarily. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Han had opened a rift in the void and sent him inside. Standing before the crevice to the void, Ling Han waved at Chong Yan. "Have fun in there, you old fool." He then sealed the rift. This wouldn't hold Chong Yan for long, but how much time would Ling Han actually need? Ling Han turned back to look at Yan Wuye. Yan Wuye was trembling in fear. He had never imagined things would turn out this way. Not even an ultimate elite of 7th tier was able to suppress Ling Han. It was over. Everything was all over. The other celestial kings were also in shock. They never expected that not only was Yan Shu unable to suppress Ling Han, even Chong Yan couldn't do it. Was he also an ultimate elite of the 7th tier? Please spare me, my lord." Yan Wuye finally knelt down of his own accord. He didn't think that he had actually offended an ultimate elite of the 7th tier. Previously, when Ling Han had simply blasted him down the mountain instead of turning him into a bloody pulp, he had already been merciful. Would his mistake be forgiven since he didn't know any better? What a joke. If the emperors of the mortal realm were to go on a casual walk outside and get ridiculed by others, would they laugh it off? And if even mortal men were like so, then what more ultimate elites of the 7th tier? They were the true kings of the universe, an apex existence. Ling Han just glanced at him coldly, and swiped his hand. Pa! Yan Wuye instantly turned into a bloody mist. If not for his overwhelming strength, should he have been kicked off the mountain by Yan Wuye and killed by Yan Shu? Chapter 3039, 3039 Taking down the signboards. 3039 Taking down the signboards. Everyone was stunned. A 7th-tier ultimate elite had already made his move, but he was still unable to stop Ling Han. Hiss, how strong was this guy? Those who had mocked Ling Han earlier wished even more so that they could dig a hole and bury themselves. They hoped that Ling Han would never see them again. Otherwise, he would only need to casually wave his hand to blast them into smithereens. Ling Han, on the other hand, had no intention of starting a massacre. His tolerance was not that low. Chong Yan should be out soon. Pang! As expected, the void split open, and a figure rushed out, emitting boundless fury. It was Chong Yan. His gaze swept over, and he had already discovered that Wuxia had been killed by Ling Han. He could not help but become even more infuriated, and flames burst forth from his eyes, as if he wanted to incinerate this world. It's so hot. I'm burning. In the surroundings, all the celestial kings were terrified. A 7th tier was too powerful, and a single thought could cause the highest level of regulations to boil. This was equivalent to the bombardment of countless 9th heaven celestial kings, so which celestial king could withstand it? Immediately, a few low-level celestial kings were burned to ashes, and even more celestial kings were doing their best to resist. However, how long could they resist? Ling Han let out a long howl, and charged towards Chong Yan. Pang! A punch once again blasted Chong Yan into the void. As soon as Chong Yan disappeared from this dimension, the scorching flames instantly disappeared. This also allowed the remaining celestial kings to heave a long sigh of relief, and they felt a sense of relief as if they had just survived a calamity. They all thought of how Chong Yan had completely disregarded their lives and brazenly declared war on them. On the other hand, although Ling Han was the provoker, he had saved them at the most critical moment and sent Chong Yan into the void, sparing them the misfortune of being turned into ashes by the flames of regulations. Should they be grateful to Ling Han? This made them feel very conflicted. For a moment, they didn't know what to think. In the air, Ling Han and Chong Yan had already begun an intense battle. Pang! 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 Ling Han did not unleash his full strength. After a few exchanges, he broke free from the void, and arrived above Chong Yan's place of enlightenment with a big stride. He reached out and grabbed, and the signboard of Chong Yan's place of enlightenment landed in his hand. At this moment, Chong Yan had already chased after him. He slashed out with his hand, intending to cleave Ling Han down. Ling Han laughed, and said, "Old thief, I'll keep this lousy signboard for you. If you want it, come and chase me." Impudent. Chong Yan flew into a rage. Naturally, he didn't hesitate, and chased after Ling Han. Although a signboard was not valuable at all, it represented the dignity of heavenly venerate Chong Yan. If Ling Han were to take it, such as hanging it at the entrance of a specific latrine, wouldn't he, Chong Yan, be infamous for 10,000 years? Chong Yan was fearless, and his physique as a 7th-tier ultimate elite was invincible. He did not have to worry about Ling Han digging some kind of trap for him at all. "Brat, I'm going to cut you into pieces," he roared. His body moved like lightning. Pa, 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 pa. Space shattered wherever he passed. Fortunately, Ling Han was flying very high, and it was unlikely that they would be able to injure anyone if space was shattered. Moreover, the dimension itself had a powerful healing ability, so it would soon be peaceful again. Ling Han flew all the way, not exchanging blows with heavenly venerate Chong Yan at all. One of them was in front, and the other was behind. After flying for more than 10 days, Chong Yan instantly realized that something was wrong. Because this was where heavenly venerate Big Dipper was. Why did this little thief come here? Heavenly venerate Chong Yan's face was filled with astonishment. Could it be that this brat wanted to provoke Big Dipper as well? He wanted to warn Big Dipper to immediately come out so they could pincer Ling Han, but they were already at the 7th tier, and were currently rushing with all their might. What could be faster than them? Even if Heavenly Venerate Chong Yan let out a long howl right now, his voice could not possibly catch up to Ling Han's, and neither could his divine sense. Xiao, the two of them sped off. Big Dipper Place of Enlightenment. At least a few hundred celestial kings were sitting cross-legged in the Place of Enlightenment. There was a ball of light moving in the sky, and it would surge from time to time, emitting a mysterious aura. These celestial kings were all in the process of comprehension because this was a technique set up by Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper. As long as they comprehended even the slightest bit of it, they would be able to benefit endlessly. I've broken through. Someone laughed loudly. Hong, thunderclouds surged, and heavenly tribulation suddenly struck. None of the celestial kings dared to be careless. Even though the heavenly tribulation wouldn't harm any innocents as long as they didn't take the initiative to attack, none of them dared to let their guard down as they were standing at the center of this storm. Everyone felt an incomparably powerful, suffocating sensation assaulting them, making them all want to lie on the ground. Hey, when did the heavenly tribulation become so powerful? The celestial king who was enduring the tribulation was dumbfounded. He actually had to endure such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He couldn't even stand steadily, so how could he endure the tribulation? Right at this moment, a figure landed. He was dressed in a green robe, and looked elegant and unrestrained. Ling Han made his move, and with a single move, the signboard of the Big Dipper Place of Enlightenment fell into his hands. Old thief Big Dipper, your signboard has been torn down by me. If you want to take it back, come and chase me. He laughed loudly, and just at this moment, the first bolt of lightning from the heavenly tribulation descended. Scram! Ling Han threw a punch. Pang! This bolt of lightning was immediately shattered, and the boundless power of his fist shot up heaven-defyingly, shattering even the thunderclouds. The heavenly tribulation instantly dissipated. Everyone else. Wang, another terrifying aura pressed down. Chong Yan had caught up. Come quickly, come quickly. Ling Han let out a long cry, and his figure turned. With a single step, he instantly disappeared into the distance. Xiao, a figure streaked past, and also flew into the sky without even a pause. In just an instant, the mountain exploded, and a figure rushed out, emitting raging flames that seemed to want to burn the sky and boil the ground. Ling Han, you bastard! Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper roared furiously. He immediately leaped up and chased after Ling Han. Chong Yan slowed down slightly and waited for Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper to catch up. Chong Yan, why are you also chasing this little thief? Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper asked. Chong Yan's face was slightly red. Could he say that he had chased after Ling Han for more than 10 days, and not only had the signboard of his Place of Enlightenment been torn down by Ling Han, but he had also not stopped Ling Han from continuing to tear down the signboard Big Dipper? He changed the topic, and said, I reckon that this little thief is going to Half Moon or Mysterious Feather. Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper frowned. This brat was really audacious. They hadn't even run to settle scores with him, and he already ran over to draw new hatred? Humph, nothing but a mere 5th tier, he said coldly. Hong, the two ultimate elites unleashed their full strength, wanting to catch up to Ling Han. Even if they couldn't kill this brat, they would still use him as a punching bag. It was not impossible for two ultimate elites to join forces. They gritted their teeth and gave chase. There was no way they would give up this time. If even their Place of Enlightenment fell into the hands of others, how could they survive? Xiao. The three great elites shuttled through the sky, causing the sky to change. Mortals only had to raise their heads to see a tear in the sky, revealing a pitch-black space. Another 10 days or so later, Ling Han appeared in a land of frost. This was the place of enlightenment of heavenly venerate half-moon. Chapter 30-40, 30-40 Everyone is here, let's fight. 30-40 Everyone is here, let's fight. As expected, the two ultimate elites, Chong Yan and Big Dipper, thought to themselves. Ling Han had actually come here as well. This brat was truly audacious. Was he trying to provoke 5 ultimate elites in one go? You two old thieves, go to the side and cool off first. Ling Han suddenly turned his head and threw a punch. Hong, the void was smashed open by him, and Chong Yan and Big Dipper coincidentally rushed over as Ling Han took advantage of the situation to send them into the void. Without waiting for the two ultimate elites to rush out, Ling Han unleashed a full-power attack, forcing the two of them backwards. He casually sealed the spatial rift. This should be enough to trap the two ultimate elites for more than 10 breaths of time. Xiao! Ling Han's figure leaped again. After a few steps, he stepped downwards. Half Moon's place of enlightenment. Heavenly Venerate Half Moon was not standing guard over the place of enlightenment. With his status, it was already a great kindness for him to occasionally reveal himself and guide the celestial kings in their cultivation. Ling Han was filled with destructive power. When his figure descended, it carried with it an incomparably powerful impact. When he landed on the place of enlightenment, a bang instantly reverberated in all directions with him as the focus. Pang, pang, pang. The entire place of enlightenment was instantly reduced to ruins. The celestial kings inside were all sent flying like scarecrows. Not only were they completely defenseless, but their faces were also filled with confusion. What happened? Ling Han laughed loudly, and stretched out his right hand. When he retracted it, a door plaque immediately appeared in his hand. Yes, he also obtained the signboard of Half Moon's place of enlightenment. Old thief Half Moon, hurry up and come out to pay your respects to your grandfather. Ling Han laughed loudly. Hong! A terrifying aura rushed out, and Heavenly Venerate Half Moon appeared. He walked over from afar, and he stepped into the sky and suppressed the earth with a single step, dominating the world. Brat, you actually dare to offend me? Are you tired of living? Heavenly Venerate Half Moon said coldly. Ling Han waved the signboard in his hand, and said, Your dignity has fallen into my hands. If you want it back, come and chase me. Heavenly Venerate Half Moon was just about to speak when he faltered. He sensed 2 extremely powerful auras approaching. These auras were no weaker than him. 7th tier. He looked over and saw that Chong Yan and Big Dipper, the 2 ultimate elites, had already rushed over from afar. You guys, he muttered. Suppress this brat first. Chong Yan said in a deep voice. All right. The 3 ultimate elites charged at Ling Han at the same time, each of them filled with rage. Ling Han laughed, and said, Come and chase me. If you do, I'll acknowledge you as my godsons. He turned around and ran at an astonishing speed. This infuriated the 3 ultimate elites. Which one of their rivals wasn't the most powerful person in the world? They all prided themselves on their status. They had truly never encountered someone like Ling Han who still spouted insults and slurs. However, they just couldn't catch up to Ling Han and take down this brat, blasting him into pieces. Nevertheless, he had already taken down their signboards. How could they tolerate it? Chase. They were chasing after Ling Han. This brat was probably going to where Mysterious Feather or Shatter Mountains was. After chasing for a while, they were certain that his target was Mysterious Feather. More than a dozen days passed again, and Ling Han was already close to the place of enlightenment of Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather. As for the 3 ultimate elites, Ling Han shook his head. He couldn't possibly banish Chong Yan and the others into the void at the same time. Forget it, I'll end this quickly. Xiao. Ling Han landed with a single step, like a meteor falling to the ground. He crashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake violently and ripple like a carpet. The area of the place of enlightenment in front of him instantly collapsed, and celestial kings flew out shakily. Coincidentally, Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather was actually in the place of enlightenment. With a cold humph, a large hand instantly slapped out at Ling Han. Ling Han sighed, and clashed head-on with the other party. Boom! Terrifying power surged, and the building fragments flying in the sky instantly exploded into dust. Sigh, the signboard was also destroyed. Ling Han shook his head. It was a bit of a pity. He had originally wanted to gather the signboards of the 5 ultimate elites' place of enlightenment, and hang them outside a latrine in the future. Thinking about it, that would be quite eye-catching. Perhaps even celestial kings would specially come over to pay their respects. Xiao. Chong Yan, Big Dipper, and Half Moon, the 3 ultimate elites, had already caught up. Now, there were 4 7th tiers here. This lineup was shockingly terrifying. Come. All of you come and chase after me, grandsons. Ling Han laughed loudly, and turned to run. Don't even think about leaving. Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather attacked, wanting to detain Ling Han. Unfortunately, this could only be a beautiful fantasy. Ling Han moved swiftly, while the 4 ultimate elites chased after him relentlessly. This kid must be going to where Shatter Mountains is. He really ate the guts of a Heavenly Venerate, actually wanting to provoke the 5 of us in one go. This time, even if he has 7th tier defense, we will still exhaust his strength bit by bit and suppress him till his death. The 4 ultimate elites all became ruthless. No one had ever dared to humiliate them like this before. If they could not rip Ling Han's corpse into 10,000 pieces, they would not be able to live in the future. The 5 people with the strongest battle prowess in the world were shuttling back and forth. Ling Han passed through Chong Yan's, Big Dipper's, Half Moon's, and Mysterious Feather's 4 places of enlightenment before returning to Shatter Mountains. However, the 5 ultimate elites' places of enlightenment were not located in a straight line. Thus, Ling Han didn't need the total amount of time he had taken on his previous journeys to charge his way back to Shatter Mountains. In just 20 days, he had already neared where Shatter Mountains was. Old bastard, I'm back again. Hurry up and come out to receive me. Ling Han laughed loudly, and punched out, smashing into the ground. Instantly, heaven and earth collapsed. Brat! Shatter Mountains flew out and stood in the sky. You actually dare to come back? I thought you said you were leaving. Why are you back? Ling Han chuckled, and said, after thinking about it, bullying you is still the most interesting, so I quickly came back to see you. Damn it! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared furiously. Just as he was about to attack, he saw 4 figures flying over. Because their speed was too fast, under the intense friction, their bodies were all burning with flames. Chong Yan, Big Dipper, Half Moon, and Mysterious Feather. Gasp! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains immediately came to a realization. Ling Han had probably gone to visit all 4 of his old friends these past few days, infuriating them all. The 5 ultimate elites stood still and spread out, surrounding Ling Han. Brat, I will definitely suppress you today. Heavenly Venerate Half Moon said coldly. If the 5 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to suppress any single 7th tier. I don't want to fool around with people who only know how to brag. Ling Han tore open the void, and stepped into it. After chasing Ling Han for so many days, how could Chong Yan and the others allow him to escape just like that? They all chased into the void, wanting to follow Ling Han closely. No matter where Ling Han went, they would follow him, determined to crush Ling Han. However, to their surprise, Ling Han actually didn't leave after entering the void. Instead, he stood there proudly. 5 old bastards, let's settle this properly. Ling Han cracked his knuckles, killing intent surging. Now that the 5 old thieves had finally gathered together, they could have some fun. Chapter 3041, 3041 Torture them one by one. 3041 Torture them one by one. Ling Han made his move. His figure transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Chong Yan. Just as the large black dog and the others had said, he couldn't keep targeting Shatter Mountains. He had to be fair and share his favor equally among them. Ling Han charged over, and Chong Yan sneered. He also met Ling Han's attack with a palm strike. He naturally had nothing to fear. Old thief, prepare to be shocked. Ling Han abruptly channeled all the 6th grade seals. Hong, his power suddenly increased by 3,000 times, and the powers of dimension surged, causing his power to instantly reach a level that could crush the peak stage of the 7th tier. Pang! Ling Han threw a punch, and Chong Yan's palm strike was instantly tilted. It couldn't withstand his punch at all, and this punch struck his face with unstoppable force. Chong Yan immediately flew out like a kite with a broken string. What? The 3 ultimate elites Big Dipper, Half Moon, and Mysterious Feather were all shocked. They had not expected Ling Han's battle prowess to actually reach such heights. This was too terrifying. Chong Yan was actually at a disadvantage in terms of power, and it wasn't just by a little bit. Only Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had long expected this, and a sense of satisfaction at Chong Yan's misfortune actually arose in his heart. He was finally not the only one who was unlucky. However, after only being stunned for a moment, Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper and the others hurriedly swarmed forward. They couldn't just watch Ling Han torture Chong Yan, right? But so what if the 4 of them attacked together? Ling Han's current strength was completely overwhelming, and even if the 5 ultimate elites joined forces, they would still be no match for him. Pang, pang, pang. Chong Yan instantly became a punching bag. Ling Han sent Chong Yan flying with an uppercut. Then, he kicked down again, causing Chong Yan to shoot down rapidly. Chong Yan roared. He was an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, and now he was being beaten up in front of others. How could he endure this? There's no need to feel bad. You're not the first, Ling Han said with a smile. Bang! He kicked Chong Yan again, his blow landing between his legs. This kick was so powerful that Chong Yan instantly disappeared. Fortunately, his 7th tier physique was indestructible, or else his balls would definitely be shattered beyond repair by now. Even so, Big Dipper and the other Heavenly Venerates couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and a sense of pain arose in their balls. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains could empathize. Even Murray had been kicked in the balls more than once. Next, Ling Han's gaze swept across the faces of the Heavenly Venerates Big Dipper, Mysterious Feather, and Half Moon. Why wasn't he looking at Shatter Mountains? Big Dipper and the other 2 immediately thought of what Ling Han had said before, and couldn't help but come to a realization. Could it be that Shatter Mountains was the first victim? They couldn't help but look at Shatter Mountains with sympathy. Previously, they had seen Chong Yan being trampled on with their own eyes. His appearance was truly tragic. Shatter Mountains couldn't help but blush. Why are you looking at me? Ling Han laughed loudly, and charged towards Big Dipper. I'll choose you. The current Ling Han was too powerful, and even a peak stage 7th tier would not be able to stop him. Big Dipper was naturally unwilling to be humiliated. He channeled all his 1st grade seals, and there were also 8 dimensions. As expected, Big Dipper had also mastered more dimensions. Ling Han was certain that they had definitely used some sort of method to divide up the dimensions in Feng Wuding's body among themselves. But so what? Pang! It was only a single strike, but Big Dipper was sent flying. Even if Mysterious Feather and the other ultimate elites went all out to help him, it was useless. At this moment, Chong Yan had already charged back. Junior, that deserves death. His hair flew into the sky, and he was furious to the extreme. Ling Han sneered, and said, "You're quite old, and indeed deserve to die. As for me, you don't have to think about me. You won't be able to see the day that I die." Pung, pung, pung. Even if he was besieged by the 5 ultimate elites, he still pressed forward fiercely and focused his pummeling on Big Dipper. After Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper was Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather, followed by Heavenly Venerate Half Moon. Ling Han was very fair, and every Heavenly Venerate had been beaten up once. It was really a fair practice, not favoring one over the others. Ling Han only had an explosive period of 2 hours. Otherwise, every Heavenly Venerate would be beaten up for 3 days and 3 nights, and that still wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. Of course, he didn't beat Shatter Mountains up again. He had already beaten him up 8 times in a row. Old thieves, next time, it won't be so simple. Ling Han was satisfied. After venting his anger, it was as if he had obtained some kind of release, and his spirit had risen to a different level. He believed that after this seclusion, he would definitely be able to break through to the 6th tier. Without any hesitation, he tore a rip into the void and left. "Little thief, don't even think about leaving." The 5 ultimate elites hurriedly chased after him, but Ling Han still had a trace of residual power. With a single punch, he easily forced them back, and left calmly. The 5 ultimate elites could only watch helplessly as Ling Han tore a rip into the void and left. Without dimensional coordinates, it was impossible for them to leave the void. They could only return the way they came. The 5 ultimate elites all stood still, and they looked at each other in silence. After a very long time, Heavenly Venerate Half Moon finally said, "This child is a great calamity. Strange, according to the information we received, Feng Wuding was the son of destiny. Only he could kill Hysteria. But looking at this kid's freakishness, he seems to be more likely to kill Hysteria than Feng Wuding. I thought that after Feng Wuding's death, our plan would be impossible to achieve. However, I accidentally obtained some secrets from Feng Wuding, and obtained more powers of dimension. This concerns whether we can obtain the world's core when the Genesis world is destroyed. But this kid is constantly growing. It's very likely that we'll really be suppressed by that brat." The 5 ultimate elites all fell silent. So what now? What countermeasures could they come up with? We can only strengthen the dimensions we obtained as soon as possible. When the time comes, we can immediately facilitate the destruction of the Genesis world, plunder the world's core, and create our new legend. The 5 of them all nodded, but after a while, Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather opened his mouth, and said, "However, is the information we obtained regarding the world's core really correct? With the birth of extermination, I keep feeling that I've fallen into some kind of scheme. Humph, we are immortal and indestructible. Who can scheme against us?" Chong Yan said proudly. The other 4 also slowly shook their heads. For someone as strong as them, how could anyone scheme against them? Ling Han tore open the void, but did not reappear in the profound negative realm. Thus, he could only travel through the void a few more times, and spent over a month before finally meeting up with the Empress and the others. "I'm going into seclusion for a very long time," Ling Han said. "Okay." The Empress and the others all nodded, and only Hu Nyo hugged him coquettishly. "Ling Han, Nyo wants to play with you," she said coquettishly. Ling Han patted her shoulder, and said, "I'll owe you this once. When I come out of seclusion, I'll definitely accompany you, alright?" "Humph, Ling Han, you're very bad." She became angry, and pouted. Ling Han consoled this young wife of his, and then began his seclusion. Just as he had said before, he had to advance to the 6th tier this time. He sat cross-legged and began a long period of seclusion. His mind was clear, as if it could connect to the heaven and earth. The myriad of dimensions in his body boiled at the same time. Chapter 3042, 3042 6th Tier. 3042 6th Tier. Ling Han's mind was clear, and the powers of dimension boiled, suppressing the 4 fundamental powers in his body. This was a great thing. There was no difference between the 6 types of fundamental particles. Starting from the first tier, as long as one mastered one type of fundamental particle, they would be able to advance to the next tier. In theory, if one could grasp 6 fundamental particles at the peak stage of the first tier at the same time, no matter how weak their power was, they would still be an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, and their physique would be indestructible. However, no one could do that. It was very simple. Particles of different type repelled each other, and one could only master one at a time. Furthermore, as the number of fundamental particles in Ling Han's body increased, it would naturally become more and more difficult to sense new fundamental particles. However, Ling Han was now using the powers of dimension to suppress the 4 fundamental particles, making him feel as if he had returned to the first tier. The fundamental particles in his body no longer acted as a hindrance to hold him back. This allowed Ling Han to see hope of a breakthrough. However, these were just mere words, and it wasn't an easy task to truly sense the 5th fundamental particle. Time passed quietly like a shuttle. 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years. Ling Han had completely lost track of time. He spread out his divine sense and interweaved it into a net, sensing the 5th fundamental particle. It had appeared. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on Ling Han's face. He had discovered a brand new fundamental particle that was emitting a dazzling light. Strangely, he hadn't noticed it before. Even though he had already used the powers of dimension to suppress the fundamental power in his body, it was still insufficient, and the fundamental power was still affecting him. Otherwise, he should have succeeded long ago. However, it did not matter. The most important thing was the result. He had succeeded. He communicated with these particles, and absorbed them into his body to temper himself. Boom! His entire body shook. This step represented that he had advanced into the 6th tier. From the looks of it, his power didn't change at all, but he had now mastered 5 fundamental particles. Under the tempering of these 5 fundamental particles, his body could accommodate more power, and his physique would become stronger. On another aspect, he could also accommodate more dimensions and raise his dimensions to a new level. He wasn't in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Right now, he had only stepped into the 6th tier in name, and his power hadn't increased exponentially. The heavenly venerable seals in his body began to glow as they frantically absorbed the fundamental power. Another 3 billion years passed, and Ling Han finally stopped. The upper limit of dimensions in his body had already been lifted, and he could cultivate them to high-tier high-level dimensions now. However, how many years would it take for hundreds of thousands of dimensions to all be cultivated to become high-tier high-level dimensions? Hundreds of epochs. Ling Han shook his head. Without a special opportunity, this would be an impossible mission. Unfortunately, the Genesis world of the last era had already been completely destroyed, and there was no more energy for him to absorb. This path would not work. He had to think of another way. Actually, it was also very simple. As long as life and all things truly evolved in the dimensions in his body, would Ling Han still need to cultivate? The dimensions could grow endlessly and independently. Ling Han's current dimensions indeed already had life, but it was only the lowest level of plants, and was far from being true dimensions. He needed more parts of the secret code of life. Ling Han sighed. This was a little difficult. Who knew who else in the world had that kind of light spot hidden in their minds? Hang on. He had already advanced into the 6th tier, and although his powers of dimension hadn't increased by much, he had still grasped an additional fundamental power, and his abilities had increased by at least tenfold compared to before. In other words, he could now confidently say that his battle prowess was number one in the world. Of course, that was excluding Hysteria. Then, how many resources could he obtain? Of course, these resources weren't referring to a treasure that could increase his cultivation speed. This basically didn't exist. However, he could create something similar to Wally. What did Wally say? An analytical war soldier? Forget it. This war soldier would only have one function, and that was to explore a person's mind to see if there was that light spot. If he placed a few in each dimension and they kept searching, how many times would his efficiency increase? Yes, that was a good idea. However, he had to find Wally first. Originally, Ling Han had wanted to look for Chong Yan and the others as soon as he came out of seclusion, but after thinking about it, it was better to increase his own strength first. After all, Hysteria was his main opponent. I'll do just this. After he came out of seclusion, Hunyo immediately came over. She clearly remembered what Ling Han had said before, even though tens of billions of years had passed. Ling Han set off with Hunyo. Towards these wives of his, he had always felt guilty. He spent most of his time cultivating, and did not properly accompany them. So, it was fine as long as Hunyo was happy. Ling Han found Wally and asked him for guidance, mainly on how to create the war soldiers he needed at the least cost and in the shortest time possible. Wally didn't dislike this. According to him, war soldiers like him were unique, and he wasn't afraid of Ling Han imitating them, nor would the latter be able to. He was really full of confidence. Ling Han merely smiled, and began to seriously discuss this with Wally. It only took half a year for Wally to come up with a plan. Ling Han retrieved the required materials, and he very quickly created his first war soldier. Wally tested and modified it again. As its functions were too simple, it didn't even need to be made into a war soldier. It only needed to be able to scan and distinguish. After 7 rounds of modifications, Wally finally gave Ling Han a device instead of a war soldier. One only had to place it on his head, and it would scan the person, producing a result within 10 breaths. Ling Han took a look. Although this device required divine metal was really not that precious to him right now. He began to work. The women, the large black dog, and the others also helped. They spent tens of thousands of years building about 1 million devices. Ling Han shuttled through the dimensions, and arrived directly at the celestial realm. He decided to start from here. He gathered all the celestial kings here, and gave them over 1,000 devices so that they could inspect all the living beings in this world regardless of their abilities. If there was someone who met the criteria, Ling Han would definitely nurture them well. He would pay them a visit every 100 million years. Then, he went to the foreign realm and gave the same instructions. One dimension after another, he distributed the special devices. It was still being continuously produced in the profound negative realm. Of course, the more of this thing, the better. Only then could he find the people he wanted quickly. After making a whole round, 90 million years had passed. Ling Han returned to the profound negative realm, and did not go out again. Instead, he spent time with the women. Next, he would go to the realm battlefield to take a look. He couldn't possibly not contribute, although what he was doing was to build up his strength and prepare to eliminate Hysteria in the future. Millions of years later, one of the women finally became pregnant again. It was Zhu Xianer. Chapter 3043, 3043 Suppressing Shatter Mountains. 3043 Suppressing Shatter Mountains. Although he had already been a father twice, Ling Han was still overjoyed to know that he was going to be a father for the 3rd time. Before the child was even born, Ling Han immediately traveled all over the Genesis world, paving the best path for his own child. Pregnancy was difficult, but giving birth wasn't an easy task either. It might take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. After Ling Han prepared the natural treasures, he first headed to the realm battlefield. Even if Zhu Xian'er was far inferior to the Empress, because Ling Han was too powerful, this child would definitely not be born quickly. Ling Han directly ran to the place of enlightenment of Shatter Mountains. If there was good news, he naturally had to share it with his old rival. To his surprise, Shatter Mountains' place of enlightenment had really reopened and accepted countless disciples. Why was this old bastard so shameless? Ling Han landed, and directly knocked down the plaque on the doors of the place of enlightenment with a palm. Then, he raised his voice, and said, "Old thief Shatter Mountains, your grandfather is here again." Pooh! Those who were cultivating in the place of enlightenment spluttered in unison, and their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? There was actually someone who dared to call Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains an old thief and call himself Grandpa? How bold was he? Anyone who heard him would shiver. Who are you? How dare you come to our place of enlightenment to cause trouble? Someone jumped out. At this time, he naturally had to perform well. Perhaps Heavenly Venerate Shattered Mountain would view him in a different light and take him in as a personal disciple? Ling Han ignored him. He naturally wouldn't take such a small fry seriously. He only needed to wait for a moment. He believed that Shatter Mountains would appear soon. "I'm asking you a question," the Celestial King from before shouted loudly. Hong, his voice turned into a huge sword that slashed towards Ling Han. "Calm down," Ling Han said softly, and the huge sword shattered with a loud bang. Meanwhile, that Celestial King also flopped down onto the ground with cold sweat rolling down his forehead, unable to move at all. Instantly, no one dared to move anymore. Even a fool knew that Ling Han's strength was unfathomable, and he was not someone a Celestial King could match at all, because that Celestial King was at 9th heaven. In just a short while, the sky was filled with a dazzling red glow, and a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble assaulted them. Brat! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains appeared. He was clearly much stronger, and he exuded a suffocating feeling that even heaven and earth could not contain. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had improved. Shatter Mountains had progressed as well. This was very natural. After so many years, Shatter Mountains had probably pushed all the dimensions in his body to the high-tier high-level dimension level. Thus, his strength had naturally increased by another level. "You've come to court death," Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains said with a cold smile. Stimulating his supreme power, he charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly, and tore open the void to enter into the void. He did not want to start a fight in the profound negative realm. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains did not hesitate at all, and immediately followed him in. He swung his fist at Ling Han, and the force of his fist blasted out, transforming into a huge skull that seemed to want to swallow Ling Han whole. Ling Han stopped and turned around to face the attack. Pang! This time, Ling Han had only channeled the 7th grade combination seals, increasing his power by 2,000 times. However, he had advanced to the 6th tier, and his own power had taken a huge leap, and was even stronger than when he had used the 6th grade combination seals previously. With a punch, the skull immediately exploded. Ling Han let out a long cry, and counterattacked Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. "Old thief, surrender obediently." Shatter Mountains sneered. Wang, he released the dimensions in his body, imbuing them with boundless power. 1, 2, 3, 4. He actually released 13 dimensions, and all of them were high-tier high-level dimensions. As expected, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had obtained more than 6 dimensions from Feng Wooding. It was just that he hadn't nurtured them to the point where they could have become his battle prowess, so even if he had used them in the past, it would have been useless. 13 high-tier high-level dimensions were equivalent to at least 136th tiers working together to help him. This was no joke. Ling Han also unleashed the powers of dimension in his body to face this attack head-on. Boom! The void trembled, and the energy storm was swept away and exploded. It was an extremely spectacular sight. It had to be said that the power of dimension of a high-tier high-level dimension was extremely terrifying. Approximately 106th tiers would be comparable to a 7th tier in terms of power. In other words, the power of Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was at least double that during his previous battle with Ling Han. But how many times had Ling Han's strength increased? Although he had just advanced to the 6th tier, and his hundreds of thousands of dimensions were still low-tier high-level dimensions, his own strength had increased tenfold. Pung! 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 There was no need for him to use 6th-grade seals, and Ling Han already had the absolute upper hand, forcing Shatter Mountains to retreat repeatedly. What? Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains faced the sky and roared, appearing to be incomparably furious, and even more disbelieving. After reaching the peak stage of the 7th tier, his strength could no longer improve. Thus, the fact that he could still increase his power by more than a fold was incomparably astonishing. But even so, he actually still couldn't defeat Ling Han, a 6th tier. How could he not be depressed by this? All kinds of Heavenly Venerate techniques were channeled one by one. Shatter Mountains had lived countless epochs longer than Ling Han, and had mastered countless wondrous techniques. However, the difference in power was too great, so it was useless no matter how many techniques he mastered. This was because techniques were only methods to use one's power. If the difference in power was too great, everything would be useless. In merely a few hours, Shatter Mountains was forcefully suppressed by Ling Han. Let's go! Ling Han grabbed Shatter Mountains and headed towards the realm battlefield. This trip took more than 2 hours. Ling Han naturally couldn't channel the Heavenly Venerable Seals constantly. In any case, if Shatter Mountains didn't channel the Heavenly Venerable Seals, Ling Han wouldn't use them either. If the other party used them, he would use them. This way, his power would always let him suppress Shatter Mountains. He originally wanted to visit Chong Yan and the other 3 old thieves, but he realized that his current strength could only suppress a single 7th tier, so he shouldn't be too greedy. He had the time, so there was no hurry. Brat, quickly let go of me. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' face turned livid. If his current appearance was seen by others, how could he endure it? Ling Han naturally ignored him. Several days later, he arrived at the realm battlefield. During this period of time, he naturally fought with Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains a few more times, but Shatter Mountains was mercilessly suppressed by him each time, unable to shake him off at all. Get inside! Ling Han threw Shatter Mountains, and Shatter Mountains was thrown into the passageway leading into the main battlefield. Brat! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains charged over, his hair flying in anger. Go to where you belong, Ling Han said calmly. With a single punch, he sent Shatter Mountains flying back. He stood at the passageway leading into the main battlefield, like an insurmountable mountain. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains stared fiercely at Ling Han. After looking for a while, he turned around resolutely, and shot into the depths of the battlefield. It was better for him to go in by himself than to be forced by Ling Han because he definitely wouldn't be able to resist Ling Han, and if Lin Luo and the others saw this, he would be completely humiliated. Humph, he would just stay here for a period of time. He didn't believe that Ling Han would continue to guard this place forever. Chapter 3044, 3044 Obtaining the Secret Code of Life Again. 3044 Obtaining the Secret Code of Life Again. Under Ling Han's coercion, Shatter Mountains was forced to enter the main battlefield to face Hysteria. Ling Han did not care whether Shatter Mountains would go all out to deal with Hysteria, or whether it would just be perfunctory effort. He only wanted Shatter Mountains to enter the main battlefield, even if it was just for show. This was because the more Shatter Mountains did not want to face Hysteria, the more Ling Han wanted to do the opposite of what the former wanted. He guarded the passageway in case Shatter Mountains had any thoughts of getting lucky and turned back. After guarding for a year, Ling Han finally returned. When Shatter Mountains appeared, it naturally surprised Lin Luo and the others. What was going on? Why was Shatter Mountains back? Shatter Mountains, why did you come back? Did you come to watch the excitement? Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows couldn't help but complain. He only felt that he had been wronged. He had just advanced to the 7th tier, and hadn't even shown off enough, yet he was repeatedly frightened by Ling Han. Now that he had encountered the matter of the 5 ultimate elites withdrawing from the realm battlefield, he also wanted to quit. Shatter Mountain's expression darkened. Of course, he was too embarrassed to say that he had been forced into this place by Ling Han. At this moment, he was actually a little grateful. If he had been fighting with Ling Han all the way here, he would naturally have lost even more face. Since you're here, let's deal with Hysteria together. Lin Luo waved his hand. He was looking at the big picture, and did not want everyone to discriminate against Shatter Mountains and make him leave again. When dealing with Hysteria, the more people there were, the better. Shatter Mountains joined the battle. It seemed like he would have to stay here for a while. He couldn't just watch. Die. He vented his anger on Hysteria and began a fierce battle. Ling Han returned and quietly waited for the birth of his 3rd child. He waited and waited, but his 3rd child was successfully born only 10,000 years later. It was a boy. Ling Han was overjoyed. Moreover, this was his child, and no one could deprive him of the right to name his child. He had been thinking about it all these years, so he had naturally thought of a name. Ling Kong. It was very simple because he wanted his son to grow up healthy and well, living every day peacefully. Ling Han didn't ask for much. It was just that simple. Of course, Ling Han still prepared a large amount of cultivation resources for Ling Kong, guaranteeing his son the best conditions for growth. Of course, this was a joyous occasion. Ling Han invited his friends and family, and held a small-scale banquet. The little fellow's rate of growth followed Ling Shi's slow style. Year after year passed, but he almost didn't grow at all, and the speed at which his intelligence developed was also extremely slow. Every day, he would just smile foolishly, causing Ling Han to constantly sigh at the fact that he had gotten a silly son. In the end, he was beaten up by Yu Hongchang, who said that it had been the same for him when he had been small. Ling Han was speechless. In this world, if there was anyone who could make Ling Han unable to retaliate, it would definitely be his mother. Several million years passed again, and Ling Han decided to take a look at the celestial realm. 100 million years had passed. He had to go and take a look at the situation. Furthermore, he had created many new devices over the years. He also had to send them to various dimensions to further increase the speed of his search. This time, he brought the women along as if they were going on vacation. After traveling through several dimensions, they arrived at the celestial realm. The result made Ling Han very disappointed. After so many years of hard work, the celestial kings had only searched about 1% of the living beings. They were still far from the entire number. Furthermore, how many new lives had been born after 100 million years? There was simply no end to this. Ling Han distributed many more scanning devices. This was a long-term plan to land a big catch. He believed that there would definitely be some gains. He then went to the foreign realm and visited the dimensions one by one to see if there were any results while distributing more testing devices. One had to have a long-term vision. After arriving at a medium-level dimension, Ling Han finally received good news. Such a person had finally been discovered. This made Ling Han overjoyed, and he hurriedly went to take a look. This was a young man, and his natural talent in cultivation was very high. At present, he was under the tutelage of an eighth heaven celestial king. He had already reached the peak stage of the ascending origin tier, and was about to advance to the celestial king tier. When they had first discovered him, he had been just a little kid in his teens, and he had been able to reach the peak stage of the ascending origin tier in 100 million years. This cultivation speed was not low at all. This young man's name was Ba Tai. Ling Han taught him what to do, and the two of them extended their divine senses, entering into each other's minds to touch that speck of light. Ling Han had already obtained the life code in his ball of light. There was no need for him to comprehend anymore. Instead, it was up to Ba Tai. A few days later, although Ba Tai did not unlock the secret of his own sphere of light, he gave all the information he had obtained to Ling Han. Ling Han nodded, and gave Ba Tai a large amount of cultivation resources. This brat might enjoy endless development in the future, so it was better to nurture him. He began to enter seclusion to digest the information he had obtained. Very slowly, it took Ling Han several million years before he was able to analyze the profound secrets contained within. He revealed a satisfied smile and filled in a few more holes in the secret code of life. Boom! In his body, every dimension was undergoing drastic changes. Previously, there was only grass that was less than an inch tall, but now it was growing sturdily, reaching a foot in length. Furthermore, they were no longer pure green in color. Instead, there were green, blue, purple, and red. They were all colorful, showing a variety of hues. Although there were still only plants, Ling Han's dimensions had made great progress in their level of existence. Every dimension was exuding vigorous life energy that was nourishing the said dimension. This speed was comparable to Ling Han's full efforts at cultivation. If he obtained a few more secret codes of life, wouldn't his cultivation speed be able to soar? Ling Han's biggest headache was the dimensions in his body. Although they gave him powerful battle prowess, they also hindered his advancement. However, if this problem could be solved now, then it would be perfect. Most importantly, these dimensions were growing on their own. He didn't need to spend any effort at all. Great! Ling Han did not take Ba Tai as his disciple, but still brought him to the profound negative realm. In this place, Ba Tai had even more room for growth. He continued to travel through the various dimensions. After having gained once, his confidence soared, and he naturally became even more proactive. Heaven had truly blessed him. In the next few million years, he met two more prodigies like this. One was called Ma Chengao, and the other was Enlightenment. At first glance, there was nothing special about them, but one had a particularly powerful divine sense, and the other had outstanding talent in formations. Ling Han went into seclusion for a long time, and once again digested these two secret codes of life. Of course, Ma Chengao and Enlightenment were also brought to the profound negative realm by him. No matter what, they were still worth nurturing. After Ling Han digested these two secret codes of life, the dimensions in his body underwent another drastic change. These were two abnormally rapid evolutions, causing birds and beasts to appear in every dimension. From plants to animals, this was naturally an incomparably drastic evolution with huge changes. Chapter 3045, 3045 Confidence. 3045 Confidence. Right now, the dimensions within Ling Han's body were filled with vitality as more and more life forms emerged, despite them being only the most ordinary beasts and birds. Not to mention entering the era of cultivation, even intelligent life forms had yet to appear. Ling Han was unable to guide the process. Although they were his, the dimensions were self-contained. He could only choose to use the power of dimension to nurture the growth of the dimensions. He estimated that the dimensional growth rate was at least 100 times faster than his own cultivation speed. This was extremely terrifying. Originally, he had wanted all the dimensions to advance to high-tier high-level dimensions, which would require hundreds of epochs. However, a few epochs would be enough now. Of course, the duration of a few epochs was also incomparably excessive to Ling Han. If things were to continue developing according to the current situation, the entire Genesis world would definitely be devoured by hysteria in less than an epoch. However, Ling Han was beginning to have doubts. Previously, he agreed with the world's will's perspective that no matter how much he cultivated, he would never be able to catch up to hysteria. This was because hysteria had never stopped cultivating. It had already devoured 4 transcendent dimensions. What did this mean? Just these 4 dimensions would provide hysteria with powers of 47th tiers at peak stage. Coupled with the fact that hysteria itself had transformed into a dimension, and it had naturally reached transcendent level a long time ago after so many years had passed, it would have the powers of 50 peak stage 7th tiers at the very least. You were improving, but hysteria was also improving, so how could you be able to surpass it? However, as Ling Han grasped more and more secret codes of life, he became more and more convinced that he had an extremely high chance of surpassing hysteria. Once he completely grasped all the secret codes of life, he would become a Genesis world himself. Moreover, he would have more transcendent dimensions than the current Genesis world. Where did such confidence come from? Void. The development of dimensions would require a source of power, right? However, this source was not the current Genesis world, but the void. The void was infinitely large, so much so that it could even accommodate the Genesis world of the last era and have a lot of room left. But, what was there in the void? Fundamental power. With it as support, if Ling Han were to compete with hysteria, it wouldn't be about who started first, but about the rate of absorption of this kind of energy. Of course, if one started quickly, they would definitely have an advantage, just like hysteria. Now, it was truly the #1 elite in the world. With its strength alone, it could suppress more than 10 ultimate 7th-tier elites and simultaneously contend against a transcendent dimension while completely having the upper hand. I can definitely catch up. Ling Han clenched his fists. What he needed the most now was more secret codes of life, and this required him to find more people having a sphere of light in their minds. This couldn't be rushed. They could only wait for the good news. Ling Han continued to cultivate in seclusion, deducing the heavenly venerable seals. This was equally important as it could allow him to possess even greater battle prowess in a situation where the original power of his opponent was the same as his. Every time he deduced a heavenly venerable seal, Ling Han would stop and spend some time with his family. Furthermore, there was also Ling Kang's growth, so he had to accompany him properly. With regards to his first 2 children, he had actually missed a lot. Unfortunately, when children grew up, many things weren't up to the parents. Ling Kang soon left home and traveled everywhere. Ling Han didn't stop him, but condensed a doppelganger to accompany him instead. If his son really encountered an irresolvable crisis, he would naturally make a move. Although it was only a doppelganger, it had the strength of a 6th tier. Would it be unable to protect his son? After 900 million years, Ling Han had deduced all the 5th-grade seals. If they were channeled together, the increase in power would be as high as 4,000 times. On the other hand, the dimensions in his body were also growing robustly. Although they had not reached the level of a high-tier high-level dimension, they had made some progress compared to a total of 10,000 steps. They had probably taken the first step by now. The entire process would take several epochs. It wouldn't be any faster, unless Ling Han could obtain more secret codes of life. As Ling Han worked even more diligently to produce the testing devices, he also cultivated endlessly. Right now, he didn't need to care about the dimensions within his body. His cultivation speed was extremely astonishing under the boost of several hundred heavenly venerable seals. After staying for a while longer, he could no longer sit still. Let's go and take a look at Shatter Mountains. After hearing his decision, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Little Han, could it be that you and Shatter Mountains truly love each other? The large black dog stared at him in bewilderment. This is truly an illness, and it needs to be treated quickly. Don't worry, we won't give up on you. Get lost. Ling Han gave him a kick. He wanted to know if Shatter Mountains had managed to escape from the realm battlefield. Furthermore, he had also decided to go to the realm battlefield to have a good fight with Hysteria this time. Let's go, let's go. You must bring us along this time, the large black dog goaded. That's right. We can't miss out on the chance to witness such gay love radiating all over the place, the old ginseng also chimed in. Let's go together. Rabbit also jumped in excitement. Ling Han shook his head, and said, all right, all of you can come along. Compared to the last time when he had gone to find Shatter Mountains, his current strength hadn't just increased by more than 10 times. It was probable that even if Chong Yan and the other 5 ultimate elites were to join forces, they still wouldn't be his match. Ling Han brought everyone with him and set off, arriving at the place of enlightenment of Shatter Mountains for the 4th time. Fuck. Even Ling Han was slightly stunned. Just how thick-skinned was this Shatter Mountains to actually build another place of enlightenment? Would the old bastard die if he didn't open a place of enlightenment? Ling Han shook his head, and reached the peak of the mountain with a single step. Upon seeing Ling Han, all the celestial kings trembled in fear. They naturally still remembered that Ling Han had barged in and waged war against Shatter Mountains more than 100 million years ago. After that, Shatter Mountains had disappeared for an extremely long time. Although Shatter Mountains had returned later, his expression was extremely unsightly, allowing them to easily guess that he had definitely suffered a huge loss. Now, Ling Han was here again. Old scoundrel Shatter Mountains, your grandfather is here again. Stop hiding, quickly come out and play, the large black dog shouted at the top of his lungs, while physically hiding behind Ling Han. After all, Shatter Mountains was a 7th-tier ultimate elite, so how could he be taken lightly? Hong, driven by the power of a heavenly venerate, this sound reverberated in all directions, with great momentum and rapid speed. A moment later, a cold snort was heard, and a peerless elite walked out. Of course, it was Shatter Mountains. He glanced at the large black dog. Although he didn't use much power, the large black dog couldn't help but shrink back under the powerful pressure. Old bastard, why are you glaring at Grandpa Dog? The large black dog glared back. While trying to appear fierce when he was in fact cowardly at heart, he stuck his head out from behind Ling Han. If you continue glaring, I'll dig out your damn eyes. You're courting death. Shatter Mountains snorted coldly. Was the world in reverse now? Even an anomaly of the 2nd tier dared to roar at him. Boom! Without any hesitation, he launched a palm strike towards the large black dog. Little Han, save me, the large black dog cried out. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't hold back. Not only would the large black dog be in trouble, but the old ginseng, rabbit, rock golem, and the others would also be implicated in this attack. He flicked his finger. Pooh! A powerful force shot into the sky, and a hole instantly appeared in the huge palm strike of Shatter Mountains. Chapter 3046, 3046 Suppressing the 5 Ultimate Elites. 3046 Suppressing the 5 Ultimate Elites. Gasp! Shatter Mountains couldn't help but gasp. A 7th tier's physique was indestructible and invincible, so the flick of this finger only smashed the hand formed from the energy that was condensed by Shatter Mountains, and not his physical body. However, it was really too easy for Ling Han. With just a light flick, Ling Han already diffused his attack. Furthermore, although his hand wasn't injured, he felt a slight pain. This was too terrifying. Shatter Mountains looked at Ling Han, and couldn't help but have an illusion of him that had faced extermination all those years ago, and him facing Hysteria now. This was because only these two existences could cause him pain. Would Ling Han become the second extermination, the second Hysteria in the future? He felt an inexplicable chill and a sense of regret. What he regretted was that he didn't kill Ling Han back then, or perhaps there was no need for him to become enemies with Ling Han in the first place. Unfortunately, it was already too late. "Old thief, why have you returned?" Ling Han asked calmly. Shatter Mountains naturally would not lose his arrogance. He said indifferently, "Do I have to report to you when I do things?" Ling Han chuckled, and said, "I have no choice. I can only send you into the realm battlefield again." Insolence! Shatter Mountains roared, and raging thunder instantly appeared in the sky. He was an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, and heaven and earth paled against his fury. "Old man, I'll completely suppress you today." Ling Han charged over. Although Shatter Mountains was very stubborn, when he saw Ling Han charging over, his first reaction was actually to turn around and run away. Good heavens! Upon seeing this scene, the celestial kings in the place of enlightenment all went numb with shock. They could only find it to be completely unbelievable. Even someone as powerful as Shatter Mountains, an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, actually didn't even dare to take a single blow from Ling Han. Ling Han let out a long howl, and was already chasing after him. As Shatter Mountains was an ultimate elite of the 7th tier, his speed ought to be the highest in the world, which no one could surpass. However, a terrifying thing happened. Ling Han was rapidly closing the distance between him and Shatter Mountains. Shatter Mountains didn't need to turn around to sense Ling Han coming nearer to him, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. How much time had passed, and Ling Han was already going to completely crush him. He hurried on with all his might, wanting to join forces and combine the power of the 5 ultimate elites to resist Ling Han together. Even if the 5 of them were still unable to suppress Ling Han, he believed that if the 5 of them joined forces, they would at least be able to stand against Ling Han. However, Ling Han's speed also decreased, as if the explosive force had passed, and he was already powerless. Even so, he was still slightly faster than Shatter Mountains and was approaching step by step. More than 10 days later, Shatter Mountains arrived at Chong Yan's place of enlightenment. "Chong Yan, quickly come out." Shatter Mountain's heavenly venerate howled, his voice transforming into a shock wave that could destroy heaven and earth. Pang, pang, pang. The sound wave surged over, obliterating everything in its path. Just as it was about to smash into the place of enlightenment, a large hand shot out with a grabbing motion. Pang! The sound wave was instantly extinguished as it surged past the large hand on both sides. Chong Yan appeared. He stood in the sky, and couldn't help but have his mouth agape when he saw a pitiful Shatter Mountains running toward him. He was too shocked. A dignified 7th tier ultimate elite was actually in such a miserable state? Of course, he wasn't aware that Shatter Mountains had previously been suppressed by Ling Han and thrown into the realm battlefield. Otherwise, he would now understand why Shatter Mountains was in such a miserable state, not even daring to take a single blow from Ling Han. Despite being in a state of shock, Chong Yan still hurriedly made his move. He couldn't just watch his old friend being abused by Ling Han like a dog, right? Seeing that Chong Yan made his move, Shatter Mountain's confidence finally increased greatly. He also turned around and delivered a strike towards Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly, and threw a punch. Pang! As he fought 2 ultimate elites alone, tremendous force reverberated, and even the sky was torn apart. The energy of the void turned into a waterfall that fell from an infinite height. Chong Yan and Shatter Mountains were both sent flying. They were no match for Ling Han at all. What? Chong Yan's face was filled with disbelief. Previously, the 5 ultimate elites had also joined forces to resist Ling Han, and though they had similarly not been able to gain the upper hand, how could it have been such a one-sided battle? Shatter Mountains wasn't too shocked. After all, he had been ruthlessly trampled on by Ling Han many years ago. However, he hadn't expected that Ling Han would be more than 10 times stronger than back then. Despite having cultivated another 4 dimensions, he was still far inferior to Ling Han. Ling Han charged over. Pung, pung, pung. He pounded on both of them randomly. Even though Shatter Mountains and Chong Yan had joined forces, they were still far from being a match for Ling Han. Fortunately, their 7th-tier physiques were indestructible, so even after they lost to him, they could still escape, and went on to find another 7th tier to deal with Ling Han together. They found Big Dipper, but even with the 3 ultimate elites working together, they were still easily crushed by Ling Han. Thus, they could only continue on their way to Half Moon. The result was the same. They were no match for him. In the end, the 4 ultimate elites sought out Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather. The 5 ultimate elites came together to face Ling Han once again. Last time, they had already been thoroughly beaten up. To 7th-tier elites, this was a great humiliation. This time, they were full of confidence. Not only were there more dimensions, but all of them had leveled up to high-tier high-level dimensions. One of them was more than 2 of their previous selves. The 5 of them were roughly comparable to 12 or even 13 peak stage 7th tiers. However, their confidence was actually worse than before because Ling Han had become even stronger. Ling Han cracked a smile, and said, "Now that everyone is here, it saves me the trouble of running back and forth a few more times." He attacked forcefully. Boom, his battle prowess skyrocketed. The 5 ultimate elites were all dumbfounded. They had thought that Ling Han was already strong enough, but now they realized that Ling Han had not used his full strength at all. How was this possible? Even an ultimate elite of the 7th tier shouldn't be this powerful, but Ling Han was only in the 6th tier. You deliberately didn't use your full strength just now because you wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop? Chong Yan's face was filled with disbelief. When had a 7th-tier ultimate elite ever fallen to such a state? That's right, Ling Han said calmly. He began to reel in the net, intending to capture all 5 ultimate elites. Chong Yan and the others resisted with all their might, but what was the use? Back in the past, when Ling Han had encountered them, he could only have fled, and had not even dared to take on a single move. Now that Ling Han's strength had instead reached a level where he could crush them, it became the 5 people's turn to be helpless. What made them feel better than Ling Han was that they were 7th tier, and their physiques were indestructible, so they did not have to worry about being killed by Ling Han. Ling Han stacked the 5 ultimate elites together like a pyramid, and used a powerful force to suppress them, causing Chong Yan and the others to be unable to move. He sat on the pile of human flesh and crossed his legs, appearing extremely relaxed. If anyone were to witness this scene, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Those were ultimate elites of the 7th tier, and there were 5 of them. How should they be dealt with? Ling Han muttered. Should they be suppressed beneath the lavatory for an epoch, or spend an epoch at the entrance of the lavatory? What difference was there? The 5 ultimate elites were all cursing, but being suppressed by Ling Han, they could only cry out loudly. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "Answer a few of my questions. If you satisfy me, I can consider sending you to the realm battlefield instead." The 5 ultimate elites were silent for a moment before asking, "What do you want to know?" Chapter 3047, 3047 Getting Information. 3047 Getting Information. The world's will of the Genesis world of the last era seems to have communicated with you before, right? Ling Han said. I want to know, what did it say to you? The expressions of the 5 ultimate elites changed at the same time. This was their greatest secret. Humph, don't even think about finding out. Chong Yan immediately said. So what if they would be suppressed beneath the lavatory? Ling Han would have to stand there and constantly instill his power at all times. Otherwise, how could he possibly keep them trapped there? However, in comparison, they were even more unwilling to reveal the secrets in their hearts. Once Ling Han also participated in the competition, would they still be able to obtain that opportunity? Ling Han shifted his butt and sat down more comfortably. There's no point in you guys trying to hide it. After all, I've also come in contact with that world's will. What? The expressions of Chong Yan and the others clearly changed, but it was impossible for an ultimate elite of the 7th tier not to have some shrewdness, so they were all very calm. Ling Han continued to probe. If he wanted someone to reveal their secrets, he would have to reveal some information first. Not only did I come into contact with the world's will, but I also chatted with it for a while. Moreover, it also allowed me to see a scene where many marks of life were planted in your bodies, he said indifferently. He stopped and quietly observed the expressions of Chong Yan and the others. As expected, the expressions of these 5 people changed again. So what? Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper also said indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. Ling Han shook his head, and said, you guys really aren't cooperating. But it doesn't matter, I'm a person who likes guessing the most. He revealed a contemplative look, and said, you guys are already at the peak of the 7th tier, so there shouldn't be many things that could move you. First, an increase in strength. Second, a threat to your life. Theoretically, you can't advance any further. Furthermore, you're immortal and indestructible. Hence, it couldn't be these. However, back then, when Heavenly Venerate Yellow Sand was being killed, extermination was also torn into pieces. This proves that even the immortality of an ultimate elite of the 7th tier has a prerequisite. If Hysteria really devours the Genesis world, it will be difficult for you all to escape misfortune. However, this raises another question. Since your lives are also in danger, why did you escape from the realm battlefield? This brings us back to the original topic. Perhaps your strength can still increase, allowing you to avoid such a threat. Ling Han's words were slightly ambiguous, but the logic was very clear. Therefore, although there was no substantial information revealed, Chong Yan and the others' expressions continued to change. If this continued, it was very likely that Ling Han would really be able to guess what it was. Ling Han glanced at these 5 people, and decided to drop a heavy bomb. World's core. What? All of a sudden, Chong Yan and the others could no longer maintain their composure. They all blurted out, and their expressions were filled with disbelief as they looked at Ling Han. How could Ling Han have known such a secret? Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, how about it? Let's have everyone be transparent and honest so we can have a nice conversation, alright? Chong Yan and the others were sly old foxes after all, so they quickly calmed down. Tell me first, how many secrets do you know about the world's core? Chong Yan asked. Fuck, how could he have known that the world's will had just let the word slip? Ling Han naturally wouldn't admit it, and said, how much do you know? Don't try to get information out of me when you don't know anything. Since that's the case, there's nothing to talk about. How could Chong Yan and the others fall for it? All of them were very tight-lipped. You're not going to tell me, are you? Ling Han smiled faintly. Do you want to be suppressed beneath the lavatory for 10,000 years? In any case, we're immortal and indestructible, unaffected by all techniques, so where wouldn't we be transcendent? Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper laughed coldly. Ling Han frowned inwardly. It seemed that he could only humiliate these 5 old bastards now, but it was still a little lacking if he wanted them to truly be afraid. Unless he advanced to the 7th tier, cultivated a transcendent dimension in his body, and possessed the ability to kill 7th tiers, at which point, he believed, one of these 5 people would definitely submit. Forget it, I can't be bothered to play with you guys anymore. Ling Han shook his head, grabbed the 5 ultimate elites, and flew toward the realm battlefield. This time, he would send the 5 of them to the battlefield together. In just over 10 days, Ling Han arrived at the place. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the 5 ultimate elites into the passageway of the main battlefield. Do what you should do. If I catch you outside, you'll really have to be prepared to stay beneath the lavatory for 10,000 years. Ling Han said coldly. Chong Yan and the others were all staring at him. Their hearts were boiling with rage, but what could they do? Their ability was lacking. Forget it. The 5 of them turned around, and walked into the depths of the main battlefield. When they came within the sight of Lin Luo and the others, it naturally caused them to be surprised. What was going on? Why were these 5 people here again? Especially Shatter Mountains. Didn't he run away last time? Why did he come back? The 5 ultimate elites were naturally too embarrassed to explain, and they immediately joined the fray to vent their anger on Hysteria. Ling Han thought for a moment, and then walked into the passageway of the secondary battlefield. It had been a long time since he left the realm battlefield. It was time for him to take a look. Moreover, there were some old scores that had yet to be settled. When he arrived at the front line, he happened to encounter an attack from the Hysteria's army. It was a black mass that seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. On the profound negative realm side, everyone was extremely nervous. Hysteria's army was getting stronger and stronger, while their numbers were decreasing. How could they go on like this? After this battle, how many people would never live to see the next day? Pang! Right at this moment, they saw a beam of light shooting over from afar. It streaked across the top of the city wall, and then disappeared in the midst of Hysteria's army. A scene that made their scalps tingle appeared. As the brilliance of light flashed, the troops of Hysteria's army exploded one after another, turning into a rain of blood. It had to be known that the composition of the Hysteria's army was extremely complicated. From pseudo-heavenly venerable tier to the 6th tier, wherever that brilliance flashed, be it a pseudo-heavenly venerate or a 6th tier, they all turned into a rain of blood. With just one strike, the entire army of Hysteria could be said to have been wiped out. There were only a dozen or so individuals left. Which big shot made such a move? Wasn't that too terrifying? They all looked into the distance, and saw a young man walking over from the sky. His slender body seemed to contain a mighty power that could suppress the universe, making people want to worship him. That's Ling Han. He's back. Everyone was both excited and terrified. Back then, Ling Han had wiped out 90% of the Hysteria's army with a single strike. Now that the king had returned, his abilities had risen to a whole new level. With a single strike, he had wiped the enemies out entirely. Having such a helper was naturally exciting, but at the same time, it was also terrifying. He was too powerful. Was there anyone who could keep him in check? However, more people still harbored optimistic thoughts. Previously, Ling Han had been forced to leave by Chong Yan's group of 5, and he was still able to return now. With the presence of such relations, how could he possibly harm others? Chapter 3048, 3048 Putting on an Act. 3048 Putting on an Act. Brother Ling, long time no see. Lin Yulian was the first to greet him. Brother Ling. Wu Haoyang also nodded. In the face of Ling Han's invincible battle prowess, he had no choice but to address him as Brother Ling. Big brother. Bai Meifan jumped up, intending to hug Ling Han. Go away, isn't this disgusting? Ling Han hurriedly pushed him away. Xin Chihu, on the other hand, did not speak. He only looked at Ling Han. Ling Han also looked over, and his eyes flashed in anger. Sick tiger, today, we'll settle the score between us. Is there any debt between us? Xin Chihu pretended to be surprised and then nodded. That's true. It's time to return the favor you owe me. Ling Han's gaze turned cold. Was this guy even more shameless than him? Brother Ling, you do have to thank Brother Xian, Lin Yolian said. What did this mean? Ling Han looked towards Lin Yolian. When it came to the Lin clan, he had always harbored an extremely favorable impression and gratitude. If not for the Lin clan repeatedly helping him back then, perhaps he would not have been able to live to this day. At the very least, it would have been impossible for him to possess battle prowess that surpassed the peak stage of the 7th tier so quickly. Therefore, he was willing to listen to Lin Yolian. I only found out not too long ago. Lin Yolian smiled apologetically at Ling Han, and said, the reason why Brother Xian has been targeting Brother Ling was actually because of my father and the other ultimate elites arrangements. Why? Ling Han asked in a low voice. Because for a prodigy like Brother Ling, only by giving you enough pressure would you be able to work hard and maintain motivation at all times, Lin Yolian said. Ling Han was astounded. Was that really the case? Brother Ling, think about it carefully. Although Brother Xian has repeatedly pressured you, has there ever been a time when you fell into a desperate situation? Lin Yolian continued. Ling Han thought to himself. In terms of Xian Chihu's oppression of him, it was naturally the time when, at the beginning, he had been asked to carry out the raids behind enemy lines. However, because he had mastered the ability to travel between dimensions, this mission was obviously a close call. It was only because he had Hysteria's subordinates spying on him that he was almost killed by Hysteria. You have to know that when Chong Yan and the others ruled that you were a traitor, Lord Xian Fu voted against it, Lin Yolian said as she continued to clear Xian Chihu's name. Indeed, Xian Chihu's actions were a little contradictory. Previously, when Ling Han and Feng Wuding had been fighting fiercely, he had given up on defense and allowed others to bombard him. Even Xian Chihu had shifted his attack. Otherwise, even if he had killed Ling Han at that time, he could still have said that he had been unable to stop in time. No. Ling Han then looked at Xian Chihu. The first time you fought with me, you were indeed filled with killing intent. That was absolutely not an act. Xian Chihu smiled lightly. At that time, I did want to kill you. It was precisely because of this matter that Lord Lin Luo came to me and asked if I was willing to help carry out this plan. I agreed to it. However, I've also told Lord Lin that if I participated, I wouldn't go easy on you. When it was time to attack, I wouldn't show mercy. Otherwise, what kind of trash would I train? If he couldn't even compare to me, Xian Chihu, what right would he have to save the Genesis world? He crossed his arms, looking very proud. Ling Han didn't say anything else. In truth, he believed it in his heart. This was the only explanation for the Xian clan's incomparably contradictory position. Furthermore, it was indeed because of Xian Chihu that Ling Han had accumulated endless motivation. Otherwise, his cultivation level would not have advanced so quickly. However, Xian Chihu's current appearance was too cocky. I don't believe you. Ling Han said coldly. Boom, he released an endless aura, and even more so a baleful killing intent that was almost tangible, causing pain to spread throughout other people's bodies. One had to know that the people here were all heavenly venerates, and even they felt as if their entire bodies were being sliced by blades. It could be seen just how powerful Ling Han was, and just how intense his killing intent was. Xian Chihu's expression also changed. Although he possessed 7th tier battle prowess, he was not an ultimate elite of 7th tier, and his physique had not reached the level of indestructibility. If Feng Wuding died, so would he. Ling Han, at this point, I have no reason to lie to you, he said loudly. I don't care if you're lying to me or not. Since you've made me unhappy, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ling Han charged out. Peng, his speed was too fast, and the space behind him instantly exploded. He instantly appeared in front of Xian Chihu and punched him. Pung! Xian Chihu was instantly sent flying. So what if he had 7th tier battle prowess? He had yet to reach the peak stage of the 7th tier. Moreover, so what even if he reached the peak stage of the 7th tier? Even someone as powerful as Chong Yan and the others had been single-handedly suppressed by Ling Han. Ling Han chased after him, and his killing intent materialized. He extended his right hand again, and boundless power condensed, turning into a long sword that stabbed toward Xian Chihu. Xian Chihu turned pale with fright. This attack. He could not block it. Despite not being able to, he still had to block it. Otherwise, he would die. He roared and attacked with all his might. He used whatever secret techniques and heavenly venerable seals he had, regardless of the consequences. If he lost his life, everything would be over. Lin Yolian, Wu Haoyang, and Bai Meifan also hurriedly made their moves, attacking Ling Han in an attempt to stop him from killing. Unfortunately, even back when Ling Han was still a 5th tier, he could allow them to bombard him without getting injured, let alone now. Within the same cultivation level, who could be a match against Ling Han? No matter how freakish he was, it was impossible. Pung, 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 the attacks landed on Ling Han's body and bounced back one after another, completely ineffective. Meanwhile, Ling Han merely shook the power of his fist, and Xian Chihu's defense was like ice and snow meeting boiling water, immediately disintegrating. Shwa, the sword struck. Xian Chihu couldn't help but close his eyes. In that short instant, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. In the end, it turned into a bitter smile. Hey, why didn't he feel the pain he had imagined? Xian Chihu couldn't help but open his eyes, only to see Ling Han smiling at him. Meanwhile, the longsword condensed from fundamental power had long since disappeared. Fuck, are you playing the fool with me? Since you've put on an act to trick me, I'll have to trick you once as well. Only then will I be able to call it even, Ling Han said calmly. Xian Chihu couldn't help but feel gloomy. How could Ling Han's acting be so realistic? He really thought that he was going to die just now. Lin Yolian and the other two also heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Ling Han would kill Xian Chihu. If that happened, who knew how berserk Xian Fu would become? Peng, right at this moment, Ling Han suddenly threw a punch, and it landed on Xian Chihu's nose. Even with Xian Chihu's physique, he still couldn't withstand it, and blood instantly flowed from his nose. He looked at Ling Han in surprise, his face full of innocence. What was going on? Since you admit that you wanted to kill me the first time, how can I vent my anger if I don't beat you up? Ling Han said as he punched out repeatedly. Under the suppression of his strength, Xian Chihu simply had no power to retaliate, and could only get beaten up. Lin Yolian and the other two wanted to dissuade Ling Han, but after thinking about it, they still didn't make a move. In any case, Ling Han wouldn't kill anyone, so let him vent his anger. Chapter 3049, 3049 Entering Hysteria's World. 3049 Entering Hysteria's World. Ling Han was dishing out a beatdown. Even though he managed to prove that Xian Chihu had been pretending this whole time, the latter only had himself to blame for harboring thoughts of killing Ling Han to begin with. What was more important was that the guy had a face that just deserved to be beaten up. After venting his frustration, Ling Han finally stopped, smiling with satisfaction. So what if he was a 6th tier? Xian Chihu was still beaten to a bloody pulp. His face was absolutely horrendous. Ling Han! Xian Chihu yelled. Ling Han glared. Say my name one more time, and I will beat you up for another hour. Do you believe me? Xian Chihu had no choice but to fall silent. After all, Ling Han possessed great power now, and could easily torment him. Although his life wasn't being threatened anymore, he still wanted to hold on to his pride. Alright, that's enough. Come, let us have a drink. Bai Meifan quickly conciliated both parties. The 5 prodigies had gathered together for drinks and chatted with glee. Naturally, Xian Chihu was unable to enjoy himself as much, constantly touching his cheeks and grimacing in pain. Ling Han, you've finally broken through to the 6th tier. What tremendous battle prowess, Lin Yulian mused. Back then, she had still been able to help Ling Han resolve a big problem, but not even 10 of her would be a match for Ling Han now. Moreover, she possessed the battle prowess of the middle stage of the 7th tier. However, this was her limit as a 6th tier. Unless she was able to break through to the 7th tier, her battle prowess would not increase any further. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to battle against someone beyond one's level. This was especially true for those in the 6th and 7th tier. How strong are you now exactly? Wu Haoyang asked. Back then, he had had a sense of rivalry with Ling Han, but he knew that Ling Han had far surpassed him now. Ling Han said modestly, just a little stronger than your normal 7th tier. Xian Chihu gritted his teeth in vexation. How could Ling Han be just a little stronger? Xian Chihu was a victim of Ling Han's violence, and had personally experienced the latter's strength. Ling Han was practically a monster. Brother Ling, what do you plan to do next? Lin Yulian asked solemnly. Brother, are you going to guard this position? Bai Meifan was also curious. Ling Han pondered for a bit, and then shook his head. It would be a waste for him to just guard this spot. With him around, the defenses in the area definitely could not be breached. However, the crux of the war was on the main battlefield. If they were to fall on the main battlefield, what use would there be to protect this place? I want to head into Hysteria's depths from here, Ling Han said. What? The 4 prodigies were shocked. This was such a crazy idea. That was Hysteria's territory. Once they entered there, they would no longer be able to extract the powers of dimension, causing their strength to fall. Going there was certain death for anyone other than the immortal 7th tiers. They admitted that Ling Han was very powerful, enough to go toe-to-toe with some of the older generation 7th tiers or even surpass them. However, when it came to fighting against Hysteria, no one believed he could do it. No matter how monstrous he was, he needed to at least reach the 7th tier. That was because Hysteria was also an overwhelmingly powerful monster itself. Brother Ling, you shouldn't be hasty. Lin Yulian tried to dissuade him. That's right, brother. You need to think this through, Bai Meifan chimed in. Ling Han smiled. Don't worry. Hysteria won't kill me that easily. His powers of dimension had coalesced into a single force, and he didn't need to rely on the profound negative realm anymore. No matter where he battled, he would not suffer a reduction in strength. As such, he dared to venture into Hysteria's territory and have a look for himself at the monstrous being that formed its body into a whole dimension. Lin Yulian and Bai Meifan still tried to dissuade Ling Han, and even Xian Chihu was giving him a stern warning while pinching his nose. However, Ling Han had already made up his mind. He continued on his path alone, and walked towards the distance. Everyone watched him leave from atop the city walls, feeling both a sense of worry and excitement in their hearts. They were worried because Hysteria was too powerful. It was undoubtedly the strongest existence alive. Meanwhile, Ling Han was not a true 7th tier, and without true immortality, there would always be a sense of fear when facing Hysteria. On the other hand, they were excited because they had always been oppressed by Hysteria, and now was their chance to strike back. Ling Han left as though drifted by the wind, but would he ever return? With great strides, he stepped forward, full of confidence. One step followed another, and despite not looking like he was going very fast, each step he took transcended millions and millions of miles. In less than half a day, he found himself entering a strange and colorful world. This place was covered in darkness. He felt as though he had entered a giant bug's nest. The ground beneath him was uneven with many holes, and so was the case for the ceiling and the walls surrounding him. This place was deathly silent, without any sense of life at all. There were no living creatures or plants. It just seemed like a desolate wasteland. However, Ling Han doubted that was actually the case. If this place was as desolate as it looked, then it could not be called a dimension. After a short journey, he finally noticed a different scenery. There was a plant, or something that looked like a plant. It was over 300 meters tall, and was completely black. It had leaves, but they were in the shape of different weapons, giving the plant a very peculiar look. There were also giant fruits about 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width. They dangled from various branches on the plant. What is this? A celestial fruit? Ling Han approached, channeling his protective technique in the meanwhile. 4 orbs of light surrounded him, forming a barrier in the shape of a tetrahedron, and effectively shielding Ling Han from all manners of attack. He then reached out and pressed on one of the fruits. Bo! The shell of the fruit pulsated slightly. Ling Han was surprised. He couldn't understand what was happening. Using his finger like a knife, he slashed across the fruit, ripping it open instantly. A large amount of fluid oozed out, and then something about 30 centimeters tall suddenly charged out. Ling Han couldn't help raising an eyebrow. This was one of the early forms for Hysteria's monsters. Evidently, the creature was still very young. Its strength had only reached the 3rd heaven of the Celestial King tier, but it was already full of malice, biting at Ling Han ferociously. Pa! Ling Han casually stomped it to death. There was no blood rain from the skies. It seemed like the heavens didn't care about this life. That was understandable. This dimension was Hysteria's true body, and these creatures were its soldiers. Why would it mourn if only one of them had died? Ling Han took another look around his surroundings. There were countless plants in the area. Some looked similar to the one before him, while others were like vines. They stretched over the wall, their fruits dangling down from above. There were countless numbers of these fruits before Ling Han's eyes. Was this the place where Hysteria produced its massive army? They were not born out of thin air, but birthed in such a way. Ling Han scoffed and swiped the air with his finger, his powerful sword chi lashing out. Pa, pa, pa. He cut down a great number of these plants. He also imbued his sword chi with karmic flames, burning all the plants to ashes. The fruits naturally could not escape their fate either. The sword chi was so powerful that it instantly killed many of the monsters inside the fruits. There were some that managed to escape being cut, but they would soon burn to ashes under the unending flames of tribulation. Chi! A loud screech resounded as monsters started popping out from the holes on the ground and the sky. These were clearly the adult forms of the monsters. They had all reached the heavenly venerable tier and emitted a powerful aura. As it turned out, once they emerged from the fruit, they would bury themselves in holes. As soon as Hysteria gave the command, they would simultaneously move out. Chapter 3050, 3050 Getting Information. 3050 Getting Information. If Hysteria didn't appear, then no matter how many monsters came, it would still be useless. Ling Han attacked to his heart's content. This was not the profound negative realm, and he was not at all worried that the battle would be too intense and destroy the profound negative realm. Hysteria was the one who was going to be destroyed. With Ling Han's current strength, which other monster could withstand his attack? With a single punch, they were all destroyed. He was wreaking havoc. This should be able to have some effect on Hysteria. Even if it was only a negligible effect, it should be able to reduce the pressure on Lin Luo and the others in the main battlefield. Ling Han let out a long howl, and transformed into a long dragon as he charged forward, destroying everything he saw. Up in the sky, he dismantled the walls of the cave, only to discover to his surprise that he had actually entered another cave after blasting the walls to a certain extent. Similarly, the ground beneath his feet was uneven, and there were holes everywhere. It was the same above his head, which was covered with plants with huge fruits hanging from them. It was the same down below. It was as if the entire dimension was Hysteria's military factory. Ling Han attacked to his heart's content. His battle prowess had already far surpassed a normal peak stage 7th tiers, so how terrifying was his destructive power. With a single strike, the heavens and earth would collapse. However, this was both a dimension and Hysteria's body at the same time, and its sturdiness far exceeded that of the profound negative realm and the flaming frost realm of before. Even if Ling Han attacked with all his might, that attack could only destroy a mountain. If they were in the profound negative realm, Ling Han's attack would definitely have a great power capable of destroying hundreds of millions of mountains. The ground here was as tough as devouring metal at the level of great accomplishment. No, it should be said that it was very similar to the materials used to build the city walls of the realm battlefield. Even 6th tier elites would find it very difficult to break through it. Even with Ling Han's battle prowess, the destruction he could cause was still limited. However, Ling Han was extremely satisfied. Because Hysteria had manifested as a dimension, and was already at the 7th tier, this meant that he shouldn't have been able to damage this place at all. But now, he could do it. What did this mean? Hysteria had manifested as a dimension, but a dimension was too big, causing its power to be dispersed, and thus affecting its defense. It couldn't reach the level of indestructibility that a 7th tier ought to attain. Or perhaps Hysteria hadn't completely manifested as a dimension, and its true body or core was still hidden in some corner. Therefore, indestructibility was only applicable to that part. Which one was it? Perhaps both of these two guesses were wrong. Ling Han didn't mind. Since he could damage this place now, what was there to be polite about? Die. He unleashed the power in his body. It was endless, and the 5 fundamental powers could be continuously absorbed. Even if this was Hysteria's territory, and he might be targeted, Ling Han could still communicate with the void, where the fundamental power was even more abundant. The power of dimension in his body was endless, and it was being generated at every moment. If he didn't use it, it would increase the strength of his dimensions, and he similarly wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy. Where was Hysteria? Why hadn't it appeared yet? Was it just going to watch helplessly as its creations were destroyed? Ordinary monsters were fine, but there were also those mother trees that could nurture monsters. Ling Han believed that these were treasures that Hysteria needed to value. The monster army was also coming out of the holes in the cave walls continuously like a swarm of ants. However, what was the use of having more monsters? Ling Han only needed to exert his power, and the monsters would fall one by one, as if he was harvesting wheat. The self-destructing monsters had also appeared, but even if a monster with 7th tier battle prowess exploded around Ling Han, it would be useless. His defense was more than 100 times stronger than when he had been at the 5th tier, wasn't it? Otherwise, why would he dare to come to Hysteria's territory alone? Why, do you want to go against me? A voice suddenly sounded in Ling Han's mind, and it was slightly sluggish, as if it had not spoken for too long. Hysteria? Was it finally unable to sit still? Ling Han laughed loudly, and similarly released his divine sense, and said, "You and I are on different sides. Is there a need for other reasons? I single-handedly created you. In the words of humans, you are betraying me." Hysteria's voice sounded again. Ling Han sneered, and said, "You're not a human, so cut the crap. Besides, you only chose me, and it is not that you created me. Don't be greedy for credit. Let me ask you, did you choose me because there's a light spot in my mind?" Hysteria's voice did not immediately resound. After a long while, it said, "You can actually discover the secret in your body." Although it did not give a direct answer, this was equivalent to admitting that Hysteria did indeed know that there was that light spot in Ling Han's mind. Ling Han couldn't help but start thinking. He had been chosen by Hysteria because of the speck of light in his body, but what about the so-called world's will? Was this light spot credited to it, or had it been attracted by it? Ling Han did not think too deeply into it. He continued to try to get information out of Hysteria. As an existence that had lived since the Genesis world of the last era, and had always played the role of the greatest villain, Hysteria definitely knew a lot of secrets. You should know that your clone from the previous generation has appeared again. Boom. 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 Loud sounds could be heard from all directions. Hysteria might be mobilizing troops, but Ling Han did not care. He wanted to confirm some of his guesses through Hysteria. So what? It's just my previous body that I have shed in my last life. In this life, I'm even stronger. Hysteria said in a cold voice. But don't you want to know who incited the revival of your previous life? Ling Han asked with a smile. Hysteria paused for a moment before asking, "Who is it?" Ling Han laughed, and said, "Let's trade. Tell me, what is the world's core?" World's core? Hysteria repeated in confusion. What is this? Hysteria actually didn't know what the world's core was? That shouldn't be the case. After all, since the dimensional core was the core of a dimension, the world's core should be the core of the Genesis world. The dimensional core allowed 10,000 shadows and golden silk moth to break through to the 7th tier, allowing him to advance to the 5th tier as well, gaining 7th tier battle prowess. In that case, could he come up with this deduction? The world's core granted the possibility for a 7th tier to advance into 8th tier? It was precisely because of this that Chong Yan and the others were so concerned. But now, Hysteria actually said that it didn't know what the world's core was? Did it really not know, or was it deliberately hiding the fact that it did? Ling Han made a judgment internally, but the information he obtained was really too little. He only knew the phrase, world's core, so what could he use as a basis for his judgments? The world's core is such an important thing, and you actually don't know about it? Ling Han said deliberately. Those few old enemies of yours, like Chong Yan, Shatter Mountains, and the others are all scheming for this thing. Hysteria hesitated. Although it had taken the form of a dimension, its intelligence was not inferior at all. The sudden withdrawal of Chong Yan's group from the realm battlefield didn't make sense to it. There had to be some kind of conspiracy behind it. Thus, upon being mentioned by Ling Han, its suspicion instantly intensified. What exactly was this world's core? Chong Yan and the others left for this thing? Chapter 3051, 3051 Frog at the Bottom of a Well. 3051 Frog at the Bottom of a Well. Humph, you're messing with my mind. Hysteria was no longer in deep thought. Once I capture you, I'll be able to obtain all of your secrets. Boom. The cave wall broke open, and an army charged in. Hysteria, do you think this kind of trash can stop me? Ling Han said with a smile. Although this was an army of 6th tiers, in front of him, what was it worth? You will find out, Hysteria said calmly. When it came to patience, it was definitely superior to anyone else in the world. It had lived through 2 generations of the Genesis world. Its lifespan was too long. Hysteria's army didn't attack immediately. Those 6th tier elites were actually combining together, 2 of them merging into one, then merging again and again. Their numbers were decreasing, but the aura emitted by each of them was getting stronger and stronger. It looked like they were intending to break through to the 7th tier. Even if it was Hysteria, it had its limitations. It could only create 6th tier life forms, and could not touch the 7th tier. However, it had allowed its subordinates to possess 7th-tier battle prowess through another method. They fused together. Ling Han had seen this a long time ago, but this kind of fusion had a fatal weakness, and that was stability. It wouldn't last for long. At most 3 days, and the body would explode due to the terrifying power it contained. Ling Han was unafraid. Firstly, his strength far surpassed ordinary 7th tiers. Secondly, this kind of 7th tier that was formed from fusion probably only had 7th tier battle prowess, while the physique was far from reaching the 7th tier. This was nothing to worry about at all. Ling Han still stuck with his words. As long as Hysteria didn't appear, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Very quickly, 7 fusion monsters were fully formed, emitting the aura of the 7th tier. In addition, there were even more monsters fusing together, wanting to create even more 7th tiers. Ling Han stood with his hands behind his back, and said, "Hysteria, let's talk seriously again. Don't you think that being invincible is a very boring thing? You have something to do now, but so what if I really let you devour the Genesis world? How lonely would you be? Foolish ant, you didn't jump out of that well, so how do you know how big the world is?" Hysteria said coldly. What does that mean? Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "You mean, you jumped out of this well and saw an even more exciting world? Do you think I'll tell you?" Hysteria sneered. "Tell me about it. I think you've been holding it in for so long, so you should really want to share it with someone, right?" Ling Han said with a smile. "If you can tell me about it, I can also tell you the secret of the reappearance of your predecessor." "There's no need." Hysteria said coldly. "I'm invincible in the world. No secret can affect me." Damn, it was really not easy to deceive. Ling Han sighed, and could only give up on the idea of getting information from Hysteria. With a long howl, he punched out, launching an attack towards Hysteria's army. At this moment, 9 fusion monsters had already formed, which meant that there were 9 beings with 7th tier battle prowess, and they all charged towards Ling Han. Boom! A huge battle broke out between the two sides. Ling Han was completely unafraid. There was a defensive light shield surrounding him, and if his body wasn't damaged, then power that suppressed the 7th tier erupted when he punched out. Boom! A 7th tier monster's chest was instantly blasted through by him, but a terrifying light burst forth from its chest, forming a huge explosion. The force of the explosion was truly terrifying. Ling Han was sent flying by the impact, and he crashed heavily into the wall of the cave, directly shattering it. His figure traveled backward repeatedly, and it was only when he crashed through 3 layers of the cave wall that the force of the impact finally receded. Ling Han gritted his teeth, and the defense on his body was actually directly reduced by as much as 33 layers. It had to be known that although this was still the same total of 100 layers, the defense of each layer was 10 times stronger than when he was at the 5th tier, which was equivalent to having 1,000 layers of defense. Now that the 33 layers had been torn open, this meant that if he had still been in the 5th tier, this attack would at least have heavily injured him, and it wouldn't have been strange for him to even have been directly killed. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Ling Han nodded in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't been blinded by his own strength and come here in a moment of hot-headedness when he had only been at the 5th tier. Now, he had nothing to fear from these monsters. With a thought, the defense that had been destroyed was restored to its original state. It was now completely flawless. Die! He charged back, and as he brandished his fists, his terrifying battle prowess seethed. Pung, pung, pung. 3 7th-tier fusion monsters exploded together, turning into an energy storm that made it seem like it was the end of the world, sending Ling Han flying again. Impressive. Ling Han was flabbergasted. 3 monsters exploding at the same time shaved off as many as 63 layers of his defenses. How could it be so powerful? He reflected on the situation in his mind, and immediately came to a realization. It turned out that there were many explosive monsters among these fusion monsters, and each of them had fused with at least 10 of these monsters. Their power was naturally terrifying. Around him, there were still 6th-tier monsters fusing, but the number of exploding monsters was extremely small. This was very normal. Even if it was Hysteria, it should be extremely difficult to create a monster with 7th-tier power. Even if it could unleash a burst of such power only once, it would still break some kind of restriction, so how could it be created on a large scale? However, Ling Han had no intention of continuing the battle. No matter how many of these monsters he eliminated, it would be useless. At most he would be able to temporarily relieve the pressure on the secondary battlefield. It wouldn't be long before the Hysteria army recovered its scale, and the battle would resume. In that case, I'll destroy as much as I can before leaving. Ling Han charged out, trying his best to avoid the 7th-tier monsters. If he really couldn't avoid them, he would only clash head-on with them. This way, even if he was affected by the shock waves of the explosion, it wouldn't be able to tear through his defenses. Without a true immortal body, he would certainly have some concerns. Ling Han sighed with emotion. He was clearly much stronger than Chong Yan and the others, but he had to be extremely careful when fighting these monsters, unlike Chong Yan and the others, who didn't have to worry about their own safety at all. Pang, pang, pang. The caves here were destroyed one by one. Ling Han's main focus was to destroy those plants. They seemed to be mother trees which could continuously create monsters. Destroying them should be able to greatly slow down Hysteria's invasion. As expected, after he focused his attacks on the plants, Hysteria was clearly enraged. Previously, it had not made a move to deal with Ling Han. It seemed to have been held back by Lin Luo and the others, or perhaps it was for some other reason. However, now it swung out a tentacle, striking towards Ling Han. Pang! Ling Han didn't cower, and chose to face it head-on. He wanted to know just how terrifying Hysteria's attack was. With a single strike, he was immediately sent flying, crashing through 9 layers of cave wall before coming to a stop. He took a look and couldn't help but be shocked. There were only 9 layers of defense left on his body. If the power of Hysteria advanced a step further, or if its attacks became more concentrated, Ling Han's defense would still become incomparably weak. With a thought, his defenses were immediately replenished, and it instantly turned from dull to dazzling. I'm done playing. Ling Han's figure flashed. With Hysteria attacking, the situation would be completely different. The strongest in the world was still Hysteria, an unshakable existence. Chapter 3052, 3052 Escape. 3052 Escape. Ling Han ran. Hysteria naturally couldn't just stand by and watch as he wreaked havoc. And after wreaking havoc, could he still leave? It immediately whipped out another tentacle. Boom! The tentacle rose into the air with a terrifying might. Ling Han ran as fast as he could. He was not going to fight Hysteria head-on. This was a task with no returns for him, and it would only cause him to fall into a tight encirclement. If he was struck by that 7th-tier fusion monster again, it would really be able to severely injure him. Shwa! The tentacle brushed past Ling Han's back, and was just a little bit away from hitting his back. You've entered my territory, and you still want to run? Hysteria sneered. Boom! The ground in front of Ling Han immediately arched up, as if it had a life of its own, turning into a wall. This was a dimension, and it was also Hysteria's body. Naturally, it could change its body at will. Boom! Ling Han directly crashed into it, and this wall immediately shattered, but Ling Han's speed was also unavoidably affected. Hysteria's attack had already arrived, and was headed straight for Ling Han. Ling Han turned around to face the attack. Hysteria's attack was too terrifying. Even though his defense was powerful, he still had no choice but to parry it. Even if a single strike could not completely break through his defense, he still had to be on guard. Under the huge impact, Ling Han only felt his arms go numb, and his entire body was sent flying. Boom! 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 The terrain here changed drastically. The ground began to wrinkle, and the path ahead had already disappeared, turning into hard mountain rock. There was no way back now. He would either have to find another path, or he would have to fight his way through. Ling Han decisively chose to advance courageously. Since Hysteria could change his path, it could naturally change any other part. In the first place, this was the inside of its body, and it could change it however it wanted. Boom! 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 Ling Han was like a god of destruction, forcefully opening up a path. However, the ground here was incomparably firm, and could even withstand a 6th-tier attack. Although Ling Han's current strength had far surpassed the 6th tier, the ground here was too thick. Ling Han's punch could blast out a huge hole that was over 50 kilometers deep, but what was the overall thickness? This greatly limited Ling Han's speed, and Hysteria's tentacle naturally caught up to him easily. Ling Han turned to face the attack. Pung! The tentacle whipped over, instantly sending him flying. However, relying on the power of Hysteria's attack, Ling Han forcefully shattered a large area behind him. His face was slightly flushed. This attack had almost shattered his defense. Even so, his internal organs had still suffered some impact, making him feel a little uncomfortable. However, there was no time for him to adjust. He immediately restored his defenses and continued to charge forward. Hysteria chased after Ling Han, while Ling Han ran for his life. He felt like he was walking on the edge of life and death again, which allowed him to gain endless enlightenment, as if there were flowers blooming in the void. After escaping this time, he would definitely be able to improve greatly. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. As his strength reached the peak of the 7th tier, the only thing in the world that could threaten his life was Hysteria. Ling Han continuously endured the bombardment of Hysteria, and blood was already seeping out from the corner of his mouth. On the second day, the skin all over his body had cracked open, and blood gushed out, dyeing his entire body red. The speed of his return was too slow. Originally, it had only taken him half a day to charge his way over, but now it had already been a day, and he was only halfway there. One more day. Ling Han gritted his teeth. This escape was abnormally arduous, but if he couldn't endure it, he would die. Under the threat of death, he unearthed his potential further, and boundless power surged out of his body, supporting him to continuously persevere. Hysteria was also shocked. It would have been fine if Ling Han had been in the 7th tier, but he was clearly only in the 6th tier, and did not have an undying and indestructible physique, so how could he persist for such a long time under its frenzied bombardment? Such a person could not be left alive. Its attacks became more and more violent. Previously, it had only lashed out with one tentacle, but now there were 2 of them. After another half a day, the number had increased to 3. An additional tentacle wasn't just a change in quantity. Indeed, its power had also increased greatly. The 3 tentacles lashed out wildly, and their attacks were as violent as a tidal wave. Boom! There were also spiritual attacks that condensed into heavenly spears that stabbed towards Ling Han, intending to destroy his mind. However, there were millions of dimensions in Ling Han's body, and every dimension had developed life. Even if they were just ordinary birds, beasts, or in fact just plants, they still contained a trace of consciousness. When these consciousnesses were combined, how powerful could they be? Hysteria's spiritual assault came crashing over, but it was caught by these consciousnesses and disintegrated bit by bit. By the time it finally reached Ling Han's mind, it was already spent, and no longer had any destructive power. Even a being as strong as Hysteria had its limits. Ha ha ha, Hysteria, I'll remember this debt for now. It won't be long before I suppress you, Ling Han said as he sped away. There won't be a next time. Hysteria balefully said as it brandished its fourth tentacle. If it couldn't kill Ling Han this time, then there would really be nothing it could do when Ling Han advanced into the 7th tier and attained an undying and indestructible physique. Of course, if it could devour the entire Genesis world, its power would reach a new height, and killing a 7th tier would become possible. Ling Han roared madly, breaking through the siege all the way, as if he had gone mad. Pang! A passageway appeared diagonally in front of them. Even Hysteria couldn't affect the passageway of the two realms. Now that he was here, it was finally a smooth path. Ling Han, on the other hand, sneered coldly. He did not head towards that passageway at all, and instead continued to charge forward. I haven't reached the passageway of the two realms yet, Ling Han thought to himself. How long had his journey been? He knew very well, and a passageway of the two realms had appeared here. It was too early. Therefore, this one had to be fake. If Ling Han really turned into this passage, it would definitely not lead to the profound negative realm, but to the interior of Hysteria's body. Then, he might not be able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. This was a trap that Hysteria had set for him. Since this was the interior of Hysteria, creating such an environment was simply too easy. However, after advancing another 9,000 meters, another passageway appeared in front of Ling Han, and there were two of them. Ling Han hesitated slightly. According to his calculations, the passageway of the two realms should be here, but two had actually appeared. One of them was definitely fake, and it was created by Hysteria. If he walked into it, he might unknowingly be led into the interior of Hysteria. Which one was it? He would know after walking for a while. In any case, a spatial passageway was only so long. After walking for a while, it should be the profound negative realm. If he couldn't reach the other end, he could immediately turn back. He chose the passage on the right side. He leaped into the passageway, and in just 2 or 3 steps, a familiar sky appeared in front of him, and a familiar power assaulted his face. This was the aura that belonged solely to the profound negative realm. Chapter 3053, 3053 Who is attacking? 3053 Who is attacking? He was out. Ling Han fell out, but his figure did not stop. Even if Hysteria would be suppressed by the heaven and earth of the profound negative realm from here onwards, the battle prowess it could unleash was still terrifying, and he absolutely could not be careless. He sped forward, and further ran for tens of thousands of kilometers before stopping. Once he had reached this place, he was no longer within Hysteria's domain. It would become rather difficult for it to track Ling Han's whereabouts. Ling Han lay on the ground, panting heavily. He had already made a very high estimate of Hysteria, but he had still miscalculated. As expected of the number 1 scourge in history. It was truly too powerful. If I want to stand against Hysteria, I must develop the dimensions in my body into high-tier high-level dimensions. Otherwise, my own defense will still be unable to withstand its attack. Ling Han looked at the gray sky. In the realm battlefield, the sky was dark and extremely oppressive. The gains this time are not small. After destroying many mother trees, I can at least reduce the pressure on the secondary battlefield. In the end, Hysteria must have used a lot of strength to chase after me. This will also have a positive effect on the main battlefield. Although I didn't talk much with Hysteria, it revealed some secrets. What exactly is the world's core? Does it even exist? Chong Yan, and his group all know about this thing. It was revealed by the world's will of the Genesis world of the last era, but this guy itself is very suspicious. It kept blabbering, and seemed to have accidentally let this piece of information slip out, which made it seem very genuine, but it has a more confusing effect. If this so-called world's will is lying, there might not be a world's core. If this deduction is true, then what's its purpose in deceiving Chong Yan and me? Also, Hysteria mocked me as a frog at the bottom of a well. What's the truth behind these words? Could it be that the void is so big, and there's a second, third, or even more Genesis worlds? Ling Han was shocked. Could it be that Genesis worlds could also be like dimensions, one after another, without an end? Thinking about it, it made sense. Compared to the void, the Genesis world was indeed pitifully small. It wasn't impossible to say that there were a few or even more Genesis worlds in the void. Things are getting more and more confusing. Just what are Hysteria and the world's will plotting, and what is the role of extermination in this? Ling Han muttered. However, this was clearly not something that he could think of just by clasping his head here. Thus, he quickly got up, and decided not to think about these things for the time being. Strength was the most important thing. As long as one had enough strength, one punch would be enough to settle anything well, at most 2 punches. Ling Han returned to the barrier at the secondary battlefield, and upon seeing his bloody appearance, Lin Yolian and the others were all shocked. Hysteria was indeed Hysteria. Even someone as powerful as Ling Han was in such a sorry state. As expected of its reputation as the #1 monster in the world who wreaked havoc. Meanwhile, Ling Han was also very impressive and awesome. As a 6th tier, he could actually go to the headquarters of Hysteria, charge right in, and come charging back again. This should be something that even 7th tiers could not do. Ling Han briefly explained the situation, but did not reveal the details of his conversation with Hysteria. He did not want Lin Yolian and the others to be overly suspicious for no reason. Their focus should still be on cultivation. When can you guys break through to the 7th tier? He asked. Lin Yolian and the others all shook their heads. Breaking through to the 7th tier was easier said than done. Without the accumulation of a few epochs, it was impossible for them to break through easily. Just take a look. Right until this moment, just how many 7th tiers had been nurtured in this era of the Genesis world? Furthermore, that was still because they had the core of the Flaming Frost Realm, which allowed 10,000 shadows and Golden Silk Moth to take that final step. Otherwise, there would only be 7 ultimate elites. For these 4 people to break through to the 7th tier as soon as possible, they would possibly have to place their hopes on the destruction of the profound negative realm so that another dimensional core could be contributed. Ling Han did not ask further. He left the realm battlefield, and prepared to make another trip to the various dimensions to see if there were any new gains. Once the dimensions in his body matured, he would truly become qualified to stand against Hysteria. Even if he would still be outmatched, he could at least ensure that he would not be killed or wounded. Ling Han first recuperated from his injuries. Fortunately, they didn't hurt his foundation, and he recovered very quickly. He set off and returned to reunite with everyone. Then, he began his interdimensional journey. He passed through one dimension after another, and after arriving at a low-level dimension, Ling Han received a piece of news that made him frown incessantly. A person who met Ling Han's requirements had indeed been discovered here 300,000 years ago, but only 70,000 years had passed, and he had suddenly disappeared. No one knew how he had disappeared, and it was as if he had never existed. Ling Han didn't believe that. This was definitely an elite who had interfered and captured him. However, there was a 1st-tier heavenly venerate guarding this place. To be able to make him unable to detect anything, the other party's cultivation level had to be at least at the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier ultimate elite had appeared in a low-level dimension? This was impossible unless the other party came from another dimension. That was worth thinking about, then. Did he pass by here coincidentally and discover that the chosen person had outstanding natural talent in cultivation, so he took him in as a disciple and left silently, or was the other party targeting the light spot in the chosen person's mind? It would be fine if it was the former, but if it was the latter, then it would be a big problem. Ling Han traced back time to 230,000 years ago. He had indeed seen a young man here, but then he suddenly disappeared. Ling Han set the time for the day of the disappearance, and slowly examined this one day. The young man had been cultivating when he suddenly revealed a shocked expression and disappeared. Ling Han seemed to have seen a large hand grab out, but it was too blurry. He wanted to see clearly, but there was nothing he could do. Too much time had passed, and the person who had attacked had been too powerful. He had blinded the heavens, preventing time from leaving a shadow of him. However, even if he only saw a hand, Ling Han was sure that this person's strength was incomparable, and he was at least a 5th-tier heavenly venerate. Ling Han didn't make a big fuss, and arrived at the next dimension. However, the type of person he was looking for wasn't here. After traveling through 937 dimensions, he finally found someone who met the requirements. After Ling Han obtained the information regarding the light spot in that person's mind, a thought occurred to him. He decided not to send this person to the profound negative realm first, but to stay behind and pretend that nothing had happened. Traveling through dimensions was extremely time-consuming. Apart from special people like Ling Han, who wouldn't need hundreds or thousands of years, or in fact even longer. Therefore, if someone was also searching for someone with a speck of light in his mind, that person should be slower than Ling Han, and would come looking. He would wait for him, then. He wanted to snatch that young man back from him. Ling Han sat quietly at the side. He restrained all of his aura. With the height he was currently standing at, no one would be able to discover his existence at all unless Hysteria personally arrived. Another 90,000 years passed, and Ling Han suddenly sensed a powerful aura surging over. Chapter 3054, 3054 So it's you. 3054 So it's you. Here he comes. Ling Han's eyes suddenly lit up. He still didn't reveal a trace of his aura, and only sat quietly. A figure quietly appeared. He did not alert anyone, and only a powerful existence like Ling Han could sense his aura. When Ling Han saw this person's appearance, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. In fact, he even had a feeling of disbelief. It wasn't him, but her. Extermination. It was actually Extermination, the destroyer of the previous era, who was snatching people from him. What was the purpose? Ling Han didn't beat around the bush. By now, there was no longer any need for him to do this anymore. He stepped out. Boom! Power that surpassed the peak of 7th tier surged, incomparably terrifying. Extermination was instantly alerted, and looked towards him. A trace of shock flashed across her beautiful face, as if she was also very surprised to see Ling Han here. Don't you think it's too much to take away my people without my permission? Ling Han said calmly. Extermination stood with her hands crossed behind her back, looking coldly at Ling Han, a hint of disdain at the corners of her mouth. This was completely different from the Zhuhua who had called himself Niu in the past. Ling Han sighed. He still wanted to see the Zhuhua of the past, but now, this might no longer be possible. Don't go against me. Extermination said with baleful killing intent. Ha! Ling Han laughed loudly. You're clearly the one who's snatching my people, so how did it become me going against you? Who are you now? Zhuhua, Extermination, or who? You don't need to know this. Extermination said. Now, retreat immediately, or don't blame me for being heartless. Ling Han shook his head, and said, You were also the abductor in the Thousand Leaves realm, right? If you hand the young man over, I'll only beat you up. In your dreams, Extermination said coldly, not taking Ling Han's words to heart at all. Then you're the one who's asking for a beating. Ling Han charged out. Pang! A heavy punch sent Extermination flying, and behind the void split open behind her, and extermination directly disappeared inside. The destructive power of a 7th-tier battle was too great, much too great. This was only a low-level dimension, so how could it possibly withstand such torment? It would definitely be blasted apart. Huh? Extermination looked surprised. Your strength actually increased so quickly. Thus, obediently hand him over. Ling Han rushed over, his fists pounding furiously. No matter how strong you are only in the 6th tier, extermination said disdainfully. With a wave of her hand, she brought with her an unparalleled power that pressed down on Ling Han. Pang! 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 The two of them fought fiercely, turning the void into a mess. Extermination was the peerless fiend of the previous generation. Back then, she was someone that even 7th-tier ultimate elites had to risk destroying the Genesis world to kill. This proved how terrifying she was. However, extermination was no longer the same as before. Her physical body had been blasted apart, and her divine sense had also left her body. Now, a new consciousness had been born, causing her battle prowess to plummet, and she no longer possessed the terrifying abilities to crush all 7th tiers. She was still very strong. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, so she was only slightly at a disadvantage when she clashed with Ling Han. However, it was precisely because she was at a disadvantage that extermination could not accept it. How could a 6th tier be so strong? However, extermination still had her advantages. Her physique was not bad, and she was completely capable of fighting a battle of attrition with Ling Han. However, this was something that extermination could not tolerate. Just how powerful had she been in the past? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you live until today, she said hatefully. Back then, she had had the chance to make a move on Ling Han. After all, when she had still been Zhuhua, Ling Han had almost never been on guard against her. So much nonsense. Ling Han continued to attack. Since Zhuhua was unwilling to hand over the person he wanted, he could only beat her until she submitted. Also, why was extermination looking for the same target as him? Could she also resonate with the light spots? Wait, didn't the worlds will say that it had repaired extermination's body and given her another soul, allowing extermination to stand against Hysteria now? In the future, she would have to join forces with Ling Han and combine the power of Yin and Yang into the 8th fundamental power to kill Hysteria. What was the meaning of this now then? Was it the world's will? Correct. Since this extermination was resurrected by the world's will and given a new spirit, the question was, how did the world's will give a new spirit? What was the essence of this spirit? Also, the world's will said that it was about to dissipate and die, but there was a powerful body in front of it. Why didn't it enter it and use it for itself? Generally speaking, weak souls could not enter the bodies of elites, because the bodies of elites had a powerful repulsive force. In that case, it was impossible to even enter, so how could it occupy her mind and take over her body? However, if the world's will was really the world's will, then possessing the body of a 7th-tier elite was not impossible. Why would the world's will of the last era rather dissipate than possess this body? Unless, it had already done so. Ling Han's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted, "So it's you." What do you mean by, "it's you"? Extermination continued to bombard Ling Han with attacks, each and every one of them swift and fierce. She wanted to send Ling Han flying and then leave the void to seize her target. At the core of the Genesis world of the last era, we've even met before. How could you forget about it just like that? Ling Han said calmly. Extermination's eyes suddenly lit up, and an astonishing cold light shot out. Even her attack had lost its accuracy. It really is you. Ling Han said with absolute certainty. In fact, he wasn't certain at all before. He was completely in a daze. Extermination probably didn't expect his thoughts to jump from one aspect to another so quickly like this. In the end, it caused her to have an obvious reaction. I don't know what you're talking about. Extermination said coldly. Ling Han shook his head, and said, that's meaningless. Now that we've spoken so much, do you think you can still fool me? All of a sudden, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The world's will had directed its own death. This way, no matter what it had said before, Ling Han would not doubt it would doubt a person who was about to die. For example, it wanted Ling Han to cooperate with extermination and convince Ling Han that only by joining forces with extermination could they eliminate Hysteria. In this way, Ling Han would think of ways to gain extermination's trust, and even in fact sacrifice some of his own benefits. However, what the world's will did not expect was that Ling Han would actually discover a speck of light in his body, which was actually very coincidental. If Ling Han had not met Ning Haixin and become curious about her, how could he have drawn out his own secret? Moreover, Wally was also involved. It could be said that the entire incident was a series of coincidences. No matter how good the world's will was at scheming, it couldn't have predicted such a thing, right? From the looks of it, the world's core was probably fake as well. Otherwise, Hysteria wouldn't be completely clueless about it. In that case, Chong Yan and the others were also fooled. Strange, this world's will had gone through so much trouble to deceive people, so what was it after? Chapter 3055, 3055 The Mystery Within the Mystery. 3055 The Mystery Within the Mystery. Extermination didn't reply, and only increased the intensity of her attacks. At this time, it didn't matter what she said. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. It was better not to say anything. Then let me analyze it, Ling Han said as they exchanged blows. Right now, the only thing in the world that could threaten him was still Hysteria. Even the true body of extermination from the last era would not be able to suppress him. According to the timeline, you first sent the seeds of life to Chong Yan and the others, and also disclosed some secrets to them, letting them know of the existence of the world's core. According to the information you revealed, this should allow them to advance to the 8th tier, right? Otherwise, Chong Yan and the others wouldn't be so crazy. But from what I found out from Hysteria, it doesn't know about the existence of the world's core. Although we're enemies, I'm more willing to believe Hysteria's words now. So, you must be lying. The question is, why did you lie to Chong Yan and the others? What benefits do you gain from it? Ling Han stopped, looked at extermination with a smile, and said, are you willing to answer my questions? You're very smart, and even bolder. Extermination said. I originally thought that this secret wouldn't be revealed until Chong Yan and the others died, but I didn't expect you to be so bold as to verify it with Hysteria. If I had known, I wouldn't have revealed it to you on purpose. Although she had the appearance of a peerless beauty, right now her black hair was dancing wildly, and even her hair was entwined with terrifying power. There was an energy storm forming, and a single strand of hair could really kill a 6th tier. She was incomparably powerful. Destroy, she cried out softly, and pushed out with her jade-like hands, launching a burst of force that transformed into a mountain pressing down on Ling Han. Ling Han threw a punch. Pang! The mountain immediately crumbled, but he also slid backward, a slight look of surprise on his face. Extermination had channeled some kind of secret technique into this attack, allowing the scattered forces to condense together. As a result, the power of this attack had increased by many times. Fortunately, Ling Han was surrounded by layers of defensive energy. This had only reduced his defenses by 14 layers. Compared to Hysteria, the difference was incomparably obvious. Ling Han continued, since you had possessed this body a long time ago, yet intentionally left a portion of your consciousness at the core of the Genesis world of the last era, what is your purpose? Just to say those words to me on purpose? Or, do you want to use the power there to do something to me? Back then, the power there was extremely strange. It could ignore his defense. Perhaps only the Genesis world could do this. It was also the reason why extermination had to split away a portion of its consciousness there. Now that I think about it, you probably want to do something to me, and the target should be the light spot in my mind. Is that right? Ling Han looked at extermination. Extermination attacked a few times before saying coldly, "Not bad, you're very good at guessing." Ling Han shook his head, and said, "It's not that I am good at guessing, but that you exposed yourself." If extermination hadn't kidnapped the person he had been looking for, then Ling Han definitely wouldn't have thought of this. This was truly a completely unrelated matter, so how could he possibly make the connection? Of course, on the other hand, it was also because Ling Han had unlocked the secret of his body possessing the mark of life. You've done so much for the sake of advancing to the 8th tier, right? Ling Han asked again. Extermination didn't say anything. She just sneered and attacked continuously. You even wanted to trick me into joining forces with you. Do you take me for a sucker as well? Ling Han asked again. He frowned slightly. At that time, apart from spying on the secret of the light spot in his mind, did extermination have any other trump cards? Could this kind of backup plan suddenly cause him to lose his battle prowess, or could it be to control him? However, Ling Han immediately shook his head. The power of dimension in his body surged. It surpassed any kind of fundamental power, and he didn't discover anything unusual at all. Extermination's current strength was about the same as his, but it was impossible for him to be unaware of any tricks that extermination had set up in his body. Humph, since you've guessed my identity, I can't let you live. Extermination roared, and her black hair danced wildly, transforming into numerous arrows that shot towards Ling Han. Pang, pang, pang. These strands of hair struck Ling Han's body, triggering the explosion of his defenses. Light flashed wildly, and his defenses were quickly destroyed layer by layer. However, with just a thought from Ling Han, new defenses immediately formed. As long as the power directed at him did not reach the level of crushing Ling Han, it would definitely not be able to break through Ling Han's defenses. Ling Han shook his head, and said, "I didn't guess your identity. I merely uncovered your first layer of disguise." He stared at extermination with a burning gaze. "Who are you? Don't tell me it's some world's will. Whom are you trying to fool?" The other party had intentionally pretended to be angry out of embarrassment in order to cover it up and prevent Ling Han from thinking any further. Extermination sneered. Despite the fierce battle, she was still indescribably beautiful and pleasing to the eye. She didn't reply and continued to attack. Although she believed that Ling Han would never be able to guess her identity, talking to Ling Han did not benefit her in the slightest, so there was naturally no need for her to reply. "If you don't tell me, then I'll beat you up and make you spill all your secrets." Ling Han let out a long cry, and brandished his fists of fury. All the 5th grade seals were channeled, and his power surged by 4,000 times. This was truly too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as extermination could only parry. If she received another punch, she would be sent flying. She was completely outmatched. In this world, only Hysteria could compete with Ling Han. Ling Han chased after her, and a fist smashed into extermination's face. No matter what kind of peerless beauty you were, as long as you were an enemy, gender didn't matter. Pang, pang, pang. Ling Han repeatedly brandished his fists. He wanted to suppress the other party and force her to reveal her secrets. "Dream on," Extermination said coldly. Her body moved, and her black dress fluttered as she began to break away from the clash. Ling Han naturally wouldn't let her leave easily, and his attacks became even more violent. He was going all out, and his current power could be said to be incomparably violent. With a single strike, a few scraps of clothing flew into the air. Extermination looked at her arm. There was a rip here, revealing her snow-white arm. A hint of embarrassment and anger appeared on her pretty face. Previously, she was still at ease, and could protect the clothes on her body, but now Ling Han's explosive power was too terrifying, and she was unable to protect her clothes. Ling Han was also slightly taken aback, but he immediately regained his fighting spirit. He did not differentiate between men and women as long as they were his enemy. He did not have any evil thoughts in his heart, so what did he have to worry about? Die. He attacked again. Pung, pung, pung. Under his frenzied attacks, Extermination looked even more miserable. However, a 7th tier was a 7th tier, after all, so how could she not have some tricks up her sleeve? When the black dress was close to exposing her body, layers of black mist surged out from her body and enveloped her. It seemed to have turned into clothes or a shield. Ling Han was astounded because he immediately discovered that this black mist was not as simple as it seemed. Instead, it had a powerful deflective effect. When his attacks struck, they would all be deflected to either side of her, making it very difficult for impact to touch her. Chapter 3056, 3056 Another Discovery. 3056 Another Discovery. For 7th tiers, there was no difference whether the attack they received was strong or weak. In any case, their physiques were indestructible, so who cared? But what Extermination was doing now was breaking away from a fight, so the situation was different. Originally, Ling Han could suppress her with a single strike, but the power was scattered now when he attacked her, and the impact she took was pitifully small. Naturally, it could no longer stop her, and she forcefully charged her way out. Interesting, Ling Han thought to himself. He had set up 100 layers of energy shields on his body, layer by layer, to nullify the attacks he received. Even someone as powerful as Hysteria would not be able to injure him with a single strike. Extermination now used another method to weaken the attack power she would sustain. This was also an excellent defensive method. It can be used as a reference, Ling Han thought to himself. He had never been arrogant and conceited such that he would consider his methods the best. When this battle was over, he would definitely ponder over Extermination's defensive method. It was truly worth learning. However, practically no damage would be inflicted on Extermination now, so there was naturally no way to stop her. She repeatedly managed to break away from the fight. Ling Han could only leave the void first and send away the person with the ball of light in his mind. This was the target of Extermination. If he sent him away, this trip would be considered a complete failure for Extermination. She had even been tricked into revealing some information by Ling Han. Although she had not revealed her true identity, she had still exposed the first layer of her disguise. Ling Han. Extermination shouted harshly. She did not have Ling Han's ability to travel through dimensions. Once this person left the dimension, she could no longer track him, and he would completely vanish from her radar. Ling Han dug his ears, and said nonchalantly, "There's no need to be so loud. I'm not deaf." Extermination looked at him balefully, and shouted, "Hand him over." "Heh, don't forget, you were the one who snatched my people first, and now you want me to hand over my own people to you. Who do you think you are?" Ling Han sneered. "Could it be that you think you could make demands just because you were beautiful?" The Empress and Hunyo were not inferior to her at all, so how could Ling Han be affected by her? "Have you ever thought of the consequences of going against me?" Extermination said. "You can match me, but what about your family? I remember that you have several wives and children." Humph. She was all alone, and could do whatever she wanted without any scruples. Ling Han frowned, and killing intent instantly erupted from his eyes. Originally, he only wanted to suppress Extermination. After all, she was no longer the great demon from back then, and he didn't know who had possessed her. But now, the other party was actually using his own family to threaten him, and this caused Ling Han's killing intent to rise. "When I advance to the 7th tier, you will be the first I kill," he said word by word. Extermination could not help but be taken over by his aura. After being stunned for a moment, she laughed out loud. I'm indestructible for eternity. Even the impact of the destruction of the Genesis world can't kill me. What makes you think you can? I'll give you 3 days to consider. 3 days later, if the person I want appears here, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. She turned around, and tore open a rip in space to leave. Ling Han didn't give chase. Even Hysteria couldn't kill a 7th tier, so it was naturally even more impossible for him to do so. Furthermore, extermination was far more powerful than Chong Yan and the others, and he couldn't even suppress her. This time, both sides suffered a little. Ling Han hadn't been able to get the target back, and extermination hadn't been able to take her target away, either. I have to hurry. Ling Han continued to head to the next dimension, and then continuously shuttled back and forth. He wanted to find more people with balls of light in their minds, and completely analyze the secret code of life. However, such people were truly too few and far between. After one round, Ling Han had gained nothing. After returning to the profound negative realm, Ling Han temporarily took a break and spent some time with his family. The threat of extermination was very real. She was alone, and she was immortal. She could do whatever she wanted without any scruples. Thus, Ling Han began to move, and sent his entire family to a low-level dimension to temporarily settle down. Unfortunately, the clan could not produce a second person with 7th-tier battle prowess, or else they would be able to share Ling Han's burden. Ling Shi and Fu Tianqing were still stuck at the 4th tier. This leap from the 4th tier to the 5th tier was too difficult. Even Ling Han had relied on a fragment of the dimensional core to breach the gap back then. Now, the only transcendent dimension in the world was the profound negative realm, so how could it be shattered for them? Ning Hai's explosive burst could not be replicated. She was now in the 2nd tier, and it could be said that she was far from the 7th tier. Ling Han did not stop his research on the ball of light in his mind. He only analyzed the life code within it, but there was actually still more information, and there should be more secrets hidden within. Perhaps this was also the reason why he was so impressive and awesome in alchemy. Ning Haixin, on the other hand, had a strong affinity because of this. Since he couldn't find a new secret code of life, he naturally couldn't waste time. After all, there might be a huge treasure hidden there. Ling Han immersed himself in such research day and night. Of course, he did not neglect to cultivate, but once he reached the heavenly venerable tier, it was almost impossible for his cultivation level to advance rapidly. Were there any more items like great herbs or dimensional cores? No. He could only do it step by step. Ling Han had already reached the final step. Thus, wanting to reach the peak stage of the 6th tier was an extremely difficult task, and to get from the peak stage of the 6th tier to the 7th tier was even more difficult. After tens of thousands of years, Ling Han had gained nothing. He thought for a moment, and gathered Ning Haixin, Ba Tai, Ma Chengao, and company together. Since the resonance between the two of them could unravel the secret of the ball of light, what miracle would happen if more people resonated? There were a total of 8 people. They intertwined their divine senses, and lit up the ball of light in their minds. Hong! Ling Han only felt his body tremble, and an intense pain instantly assaulted him. Ning Haixin and the others covered their heads with their hands, and revealed pained expressions. Ning Haixin was still fine, but Ba Tai, Ma Chengao, and the others were all bleeding from all 7 orifices. They had almost died. This impact was too violent, and it directly assaulted the mind, as if it wanted to shatter it. Ling Han was also shocked. Then, he thought back, and couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. When the 8 lights resonated, he seemed to see a miniature version of the Genesis world. Within one of the dimensions, there were 8 spots of light shining, and in the dimension 17 levels away, there was a weak spot of light flashing. Was this the ninth person who had a ball of light in his mind? Ling Han immediately moved out and arrived at this medium-level dimension. According to his memories, he narrowed down the scope, and then conscripted many celestial king-tier forces to search for the person. Of course, they were using the testing device that he and Wally had created together to conduct their search. However, even if the range was reduced, this was still a very, very large area. The number of living beings they had to search was in the hundreds of billions. How small was the probability of finding a specific person here, some being who was perhaps not even a human? Ling Han didn't lack patience. He waited and cultivated at the same time. In any case, he wasn't wasting his time. Chapter 3057, 3057 Bounty. 3057 Bounty. The Wang clan of Qianshui Town was a very powerful clan in the local area. With a severing mundane ancestor in charge, the only clan that could rival the Wang clan was the Li clan. The two clans competed with each other, but they would also work together to eliminate the forces that might threaten them. For hundreds of millions of years, although the two clans had some conflicts, they were also living in relative harmony. However, on this night, blood flowed like a river in the Wang clan. An old servant knelt down in front of a youth with tears streaming down his face, and said, "Young master, the ancestor, clan leader, and the others have all died in battle. You are the clan's only hope. Please leave quickly." That young man looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He was very stubborn, and his eyes flashed with light as he said, "There are no cowards in the Wang clan who run away without fighting. I would rather die and be buried together with my great-grandfather and father." "Young master, you can't. You can't," the old servant advised, but the youth was determined, and was not moved at all. "Young master, I'm sorry for offending you." The old servant made a move. "Pa!" He delivered a chop with his hand at the young man's neck, causing him to faint. The old servant dug a hole and buried the youth in it. He had just sprinkled leaves on it when his expression changed drastically. "Young master, you are the last seedling of the Wang clan. Please live on." The old servant knelt down and kowtowed a few times. Suddenly, he let out a long howl and used a motion technique, leaving quickly. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Immediately, 5 figures pounced over, close at the heels of the old servant's figure as they chased after him. "Old man, you can't escape. Hand over the remaining members of the Wang clan, and we might spare your life." One fled, while the other 5 pursued, and soon all 6 disappeared without a trace. 3 days later, the ground cracked open, and the young man rushed out. His name was Wang Chuanhe, and he was the only son of the clan leader of the Wang clan in Qianshui Town. His eyes were red, as if they could spew fire. "Uncle Qi must have lured away the pursuers for my safety," Wang Chuanhe muttered to himself. "The pursuers are so powerful. The odds would definitely have been against Uncle Qi. I can't get myself killed as well." The young man calmed down. "I am the only one left in the Wang clan. If I die as well, there will never be anyone to avenge the Wang clan. Li Jingchu, you're so cruel. So cruel." Wang Chuanhe gritted his teeth. The destruction of the Wang clan was all because of the Li clan. However, hadn't the Wang and Li clans always been evenly matched, with neither able to do anything to the other? The story started 3 years ago when Wang Chuanhe met Li Jingchu, the granddaughter of the second elder of the Li clan. The young man had his first realization of love, and fell in love with her at first sight. Unexpectedly, the other party also had a favorable impression of him. The two of them kept interacting with each other, and they quietly got together. In the end, the young man mustered up the courage to confess to his family, only to be reprimanded. Although the Wang and Li clans could not be considered as feuding clans, they had always competed with each other, and there had been many nasty incidents. How could there be a marriage alliance? Moreover, it would involve an important figure like the future clan leader. However, Wang Chuanhe had made up his mind. Coincidentally, the Li clan had also sent someone over, and said that they might as well allow this marriage. From then on, the Wang and Li clans would become a family and help each other. In the end, the Wang clan had no choice but to compromise and agree to this marriage. However, on the day of the wedding, all the important figures of the Wang clan were poisoned. The Li clan members who came to the banquet also bared their fangs, and started a massacre. In one night, they killed all the important figures of the Wang clan. Wang Chuanhe was rescued by the clan's loyal servants, but after being hunted down the whole way, he was only left with one old servant, who had probably met with misfortune as well. What Wang Chuanhe found most unacceptable and heartbreaking was that it was Li Jingchu who had poisoned the important figures of the clan. When she was paying her respects to the Wang clan, she served tea to them one by one. The poison was contained in the tea. Who would have thought that the new bride would be so ruthless? Such a betrayal naturally made Wang Chuanhe's heart ache. He blamed himself. He felt that it was his fault that the Wang clan was destroyed. That was why he wanted to fight the Li clan to the death in a moment of impulse. However, after calming down, he knew that this was just sending himself to his death. It would only cause the deaths of his parents and family to be even more unjust. I want revenge. But first, I have to get out of here. There's only hope if you're alive. He left Qianshui town and walked forward without any destination in mind. 3 years later, he arrived in a large city. Along the way, he encountered countless dangers. There were ferocious beasts and mountain bandits who had killed countless people, but his luck was incomparably good. He could always find a chance to survive when he was at the end of his rope. His clothes were ragged, and he no longer looked like the young master of the Wang clan. He looked like a beggar. After entering the city, Wang Chuanhe walked in a daze. He longed for revenge, but how could it be easy for him to take revenge? Without the support of the Wang clan, he was only a mere heavenly body tier. How could he advance into the severing mundane tier? It was a long way off. As he walked, he stopped. His heart was filled with dejection. He sat down in a daze. A great elite in this city had created a sun and moon. Soon, the sun set and the moon rose, scattering gentle moonlight. No, I can't continue to be like this. If I lose my will to fight, who can avenge the Wang clan? Wang Chuanhe regained a trace of fighting spirit. He got up, and was about to find a place to rest when he suddenly saw a notice on the opposite wall. It said that as long as they went to Prince Xian's mansion in the city for some kind of test, if they passed, they would be able to obtain a promise from Prince Ma Xian. They could make any request, even if it was to marry Prince Ma Xian's daughter. Who was Prince Ma Xian? He was a celestial king. Wang Chuanhe was stunned, and he couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope. If he could pass this test, then could he ask Prince Ma Xian to exterminate the Li clan? He naturally knew that to be able to make a celestial king offer such conditions, there were probably only a handful of people in the world who could pass this test, and his hope was infinitely close to zero. However, he still had to give it a try. What if? What if? He headed toward Prince Xian's manor in the city, and saw that there was a line at the entrance. More and more people were coming out, shaking their heads and sighing. Sigh, can anyone really pass that test? It is not a test of natural talent in cultivation, and it is not a test on abilities in cultivation either. How exactly can one pass? It's weird. The people who came out were still complaining, but it didn't affect the enthusiasm of the people lining up outside. If they passed, the rewards would be too great. What kind of test is it? Someone in the line asked. You have to put something on your head. You don't have to do anything. In about 10 breaths, they'll tell you that you haven't passed the test, and that you can leave now," the person who came out said. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuanhe felt a surge of hope, but he also felt that his hopes were extremely faint. His natural talent in cultivation wasn't bad, but it couldn't be considered top-notch, either. At the very least, there were many people superior to him. Therefore, in terms of natural talent in cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to pass. Thus, he was a little more confident in himself. However, with so many people unable to pass, he was naturally not confident at all. TSK, what a joke. Even a beggar came to try his luck? Chapter 3058, 3058 Disdain. 3058 Disdain. Someone in front of Wang Chuanhe turned around and sneered. It was a young man in embroidered clothes. He had just noticed that a little beggar of heavenly body tier had suddenly appeared behind him, and a look of disgust instantly appeared on his face. The test didn't take long, only 10 breaths, but there were so many people lining up. How long would it take until it was his turn? Was he going to endure this little beggar's stench forever? It was disgusting just thinking about it. "Little beggar, get lost," the young man in embroidered clothes said disdainfully. He was a severing mundane tier, and he could kill Wang Chuanhe a few hundred times with a single glance. Wang Chuanhe gritted his teeth. If he were still the young master of the Wang clan, he would have immediately slammed the table and stood up when he heard this. But now, he knew what kind of situation he was in. So what if he was still the young master of the Wang clan? His opponent was a severing mundane tier, and the latter could kill him countless times with a single hand. This was the manner of a celestial king, so no matter how arrogant the other party was, he wouldn't dare to make a move. He would endure this. The young man in embroidered clothes pinched his nose with a look of disdain, as if he felt that Wang Chuanhe was still emitting a stench. His eyes were filled with contempt. "Little beggar, are you going to scram or not?" he said balefully. "Even if I don't make a move here, do you think you can pass the test?" "That's impossible. Then as soon as you step out of this door, I'll let you know regret." Wang Chuanhe's body trembled. He hadn't expected the other party to be so unreasonable. Just because he was lining up behind the other party and his clothes were a little tattered, he was despised to the point that the latter wanted to kill him? His clothes were a little tattered, but there was definitely no stench. He had already cleaned them before coming here. Should he persist? He couldn't die. If he died, the Wang clan would really have no hope at all. However, this might be another opportunity to take revenge on the clan. No, he couldn't retreat. If he retreated, he might also retreat step by step when he encountered all kinds of opportunities in the future. He would never have the chance to take his revenge. If he did not fight, how could he surpass the Li clan and take revenge for the extermination of his family? Ha ha ha. Many people in front laughed. This was naturally to mock the young man in embroidered clothes. He had already said such harsh words, but he still couldn't scare away a little beggar who was only a heavenly body tier. How embarrassing. The young man in embroidered clothes couldn't help but flush. He was truly furious. Good. Good. Good, he balefully said. You actually dare to disobey me, Lei Dong. You're really audacious. Since you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, this young master will teach you how to behave. Wang Chuanhe gritted his teeth and didn't reply. Lei Dong, you're really getting worse as you live. You can't even handle a little beggar, someone mocked. Lei Dong humphed, and said to that person, Zhao Li, do you want to spar with me? You can't even handle a little beggar. Isn't sparring with you just lowering my status? That person laughed, and continued to mock Lei Dong. Lei Dong's face alternated between red and green. He wished he could kill someone. However, that person was not weaker than him, and the Lei clan was not stronger than the other clan either. In the face of the other party's ridicule, he would at most retort. Now, he was indeed the one whose weakness had been grasped, and being stepped on. This despicable little beggar. He blamed this on Wang Chuanhe. If it weren't for the fact that this guy didn't know what was good for him, how could Lei Dong have become a laughing stock? Just you wait, I'll definitely let this little beggar know what regret means. His face was dark, and his entire body was emitting a cold aura. Time passed slowly. People left in disappointment, but the length of the line did not decrease. This was because new people kept joining. If they lined up, there was a chance that they could obtain a huge opportunity. Who would not have this bit of patience? Finally, it was Lei Dong's turn. He entered confidently, but after a long time, he came out dejectedly. When he saw Wang Chuanhe, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Of course, he didn't pass the test, and blamed this disappointment on Wang Chuanhe. He felt that it was because of Wang Chuanhe that he didn't succeed. "I'll wait for you outside, little beggar," he said balefully. Before Wang Chuanhe could say anything, he had already strode away. This was the manner of a celestial king, so he didn't dare to be too impudent. He could only shoot his mouth off. Wang Chuanhe watched as the other party left. He gritted his teeth and strode into the hall. "Sit down." There were two people inside, both expressionless. Wang Chuanhe sat down as instructed. Each of them quickly took out something that looked like a headband, and put it on his head. He didn't know what this was, but he understood that this was the so-called test. This. A moment later, he heard an incomparably shocked cry behind him. Finally found him. The two expressionless people's expressions actually changed, and they both cried out in surprise. Wang Chuanhe was also stunned. Only then did he realize that he had actually passed the test. Didn't this mean that he could make any request to a celestial king? He couldn't help but feel his blood rush to his head. He was so excited that his mind went blank. Li Clan, oh Li Clan, you guys never imagined that he would return so quickly to take revenge, right? Li Jingchu, oh Li Jingchu, I want to see what your heart is made of. Wang Chuanhe's mind was in a daze. He had no idea how he was invited into the inner courtyard. Along the way, many people seemed to be looking at him with reverence and envy. However, Prince Ma Xian didn't appear immediately. Instead, he only appeared in the courtyard where Wang Chuanhe was staying 3 days later. "Greetings, milord." Wang Chuanhe knelt down and bowed. Celestial kings were the greatest in the world. Prince Ma Xian, on the other hand, was incomparably polite. He personally stepped forward and raised his hands, preventing Wang Chuanhe from bowing down. What a joke. This was the person Ling Han was looking for, so how could he dare to put on airs? "Young friend, how have you been these past few days?" he asked with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Celestial King. I'm living very well." Wang Chuanhe was a little terrified. He was facing a celestial king, yet the latter was still concerned about his daily life. This made him feel touched, terrified, and filled with confidence. Now, there was really hope for revenge for his clan. Prince Ma Xian kept talking, but he was only talking about some unimportant topics. This was because he didn't know why Ling Han was looking for Wang Chuanhe. He only knew that this was very important to Ling Han. That was a heavenly venerate. Wang Chuanhe couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he saw that the other party was only talking about trifling topics. "Didn't you say that as long as the person met the criteria, you would agree to a request? Why didn't you mention that?" However, if the other party did not say anything, he did not dare to take the initiative to mention it. What if he made the other party unhappy? However, his family feud was like a needle that stabbed into his heart, constantly reminding him. Therefore, after enduring for a long time, he finally mentioned this matter. Prince Ma Xian laughed heartily. Young man, don't be anxious. A mighty figure is about to arrive. You may make your request to him. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.